Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our study session of May 9th, 2023. The city clerk will take attendance by roll call.
Councilmember Abe-Koga?
Here.
Councilmember Kamei?
Here.
Councilmember Matichak?
Here.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Here.
Councilmember Ramos?
Here.
Vice Mayor Showalter?
Here.
Mayor Hicks?
Here. We are now on 3.1 on our agenda, which is the recommended fiscal year 23-24 through fiscal year 27-28 capital improvements program. The purpose of this study session is to present the recommended fiscal year 23-24 through 27-28 capital improvement program for City Council review, comment, and refinement. Given the need for council member recusals due to conflicts of interest, this item will proceed in the following manner. We will begin with a staff presentation, which will be followed by public comment. At the close of public comment, the council will ask questions, deliberate, and vote on matters requiring council member recusal first. Council will then ask questions, deliberate, and vote on the remaining items for discussion. Assistant Public Works Director Ed Arango will present the item. Mr. Arango?
Thank you. Making sure that, yes, it's on the screen. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and council members. Again, Ed Arango, Assistant Public Works Director, and I'm also joined tonight by Public Works Director Cameron. So we're here to present the council the Capital Improvement Program, regular term CIP, for council's review to guide staff in finalizing the recommended fiscal year 2023-24 through 2027-28 CIP or 5-year CIP. At the April 3rd council study session, staff provided an overview of the various elements of the CIP, including planned roll-forward projects, new projects, and criteria for prioritizing projects. Outlined here are the 9 projects council provided direction on for the 5-year CIP, with the details outlined in your memo as to how these have been incorporated into the CIP. The memo also lists how other projects identified at the last study session, such as grant-funded projects, Castro Pedestrian Mall, grade separations, trail park, and facility projects were incorporated. At their April 27th meeting, staff presented the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee the materials from council's first study session, including council's direction. Staff included an update on the addition of the Evelyn Avenue Cycle Track Project, El Camino Real Protected Intersections Project, and the recommendation to move to the unscheduled list the Central Expressway Bicycle and Pedestrian Crossing Villa Undercrossing Feasibility Study. The committee supported staff's recommendations. Attachment 1 to your memo are the recommended projects to close at the end of this fiscal year. This will reduce the number of active projects and, more importantly, the unspent balances can be returned to the relative fund source and be appropriated to other capital projects. The projects to highlight are the Mayfield-San Antonio Bike Ped Tunnel, active transportation projects, and several annual non-discretionary water projects. The first question for council is, does council support the recommendation to defund Mayfield-San Antonio Bike Ped Tunnel, preliminary design, and reallocate $4.1 million to California Green Complete Streets pavement improvements? As part of the county property tax to support the state water project, Valley Water's board authorized returning a portion of these funds and making them available through the Guiding Principles 5, or GP5, grant program for water conservation programs and recycled water infrastructure. The city's share is approximately $9.3 million. Staff is recommending that the majority of these funds be used for the city's advanced metering infrastructure project. This project would install water meters and communication networks to streamline meter reading and provide usage data to customers. Additionally, availability of a separate Valley Water grant program will also provide funding for the advanced meter infrastructure project, and remaining funding from the GP5 grant program will be available and can be used for the recycled water capital projects. Question 2, does council support the recommendation to use state water project tax funds for the advanced meter infrastructure project and other recycled water capital projects? Also at the previous study session, staff discussed the high inflation trend, and in response, staff is applying a 10% increase to all non-discretionary and discretionary projects with construction plan next year. Attachment 3 to your memo lists the non-discretionary projects with the major recommended changes to those projects highlighted here. For discretionary projects, Table 2 of your memo lists the recommended projects for each of the next 5 years, including 9 police and fire related projects for facilities and equipment, 37 active transportation projects, and 4 new park projects. Question number 3, does council support the recommended non-discretionary and discretionary projects for the 5-year CIP? Moving to amendments and unscheduled projects, staff's recommendations of amendments to existing projects are listed in Table 3 of the memo and detailed in attachments 5 and 6. This includes amending funding and modifying the funding source, project scope, and/or title. Unscheduled projects listed in attachment 7 are the recommended projects not included in the 5-year CIP due to limited funding, lack of staff resources, lower priority than those within the 5-year CIP, or planned future projects that are beyond 5 years. Question 4, does council support staff's recommended amendments to existing projects listed in Table 3? And question 5, are there any projects not included in the recommended 5-year CIP or not on the unscheduled proposed project list that council would like staff to review for possible inclusion? Lastly, listed here are several major high-cost projects included in the 5-year CIP that council and the community have expressed interest in moving forward as soon as feasible to support active transportation and new city buildings. These projects are the construction phase for those projects either in design or that will be starting design. Funding sources for these projects are not yet identified, but staff will be looking for grant opportunities to help fund these projects. Staff is recommending that consideration be given to projects including the public safety building construction and fire station number 3 construction for the potential 2024 revenue measure. For next steps, tomorrow night, we will be presenting to the Parks and Recreation Commission the recommendation of the projects using parkland funds in the 5-year CIP. The Commission's feedback will be shared with Council with the adoption of the 5-year CIP on June 27th in conjunction with the adoption of the fiscal year 2023-24 recommended budget. That concludes my presentation with the Council questions listed here for Council's discussion and feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we will be taking comments from the public. First, comments from any members of the public who are here in person, and then comments for people who may be attending virtually. Any member of the public, virtually or in person, please, if you'd like to comment on the item, either submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk or click the raise hand button in Zoom. So, I see no in-person speakers, and I see no virtual raised hands. So last call for public speakers. And we'll move on. I'll now bring the item back for council questions. Attachment 4 to the study session memo contains a list of recommended 23-24 discretionary projects. Project 24-39, which is underground utilities at 1020 Terabella, requires a council member to recuse from any discussion related to that project due to conflicts of interest. Could the council member with a conflict of interest related to the underground utilities at 1020 Terabella please make your recusal statement now? Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thank you. I am recusing myself from discussion of the underground utilities at 1020 Terabella project due to my employment as an external affairs manager with AT&T, an international telecommunications company.
Now, does any member of the council have questions or comments about including the underground utilities at 1020 Terabella on the 23 to 24 discretionary capital improvement program project list? If not, the underground utilities on Terabella will be included on the 23-24 discretionary capital improvement program project list, and there will be no further discussion on the underground utilities there. I see nobody raising their hand to speak about that. So Council Member Kamei can be called back. So we will now move to discussing and providing feedback on the 4 questions related to us in the presentation. And I will start with council questions, and then we'll move on to comments and answers. Are there any council members who want to ask a question? Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Yes, I have a couple of questions. First, I guess we're all going to be saying how much work this was, and thank you. I know in the contest for which report has the most attachments, this is right up there, 7 attachments, and they're all quite meaty. I wanted to ask about how you characterize discretionary versus non-discretionary projects. Yeah, why don't you just talk a little bit about how you do that?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. The distinction between discretionary projects and non-discretionary projects is better defined as what is termed a discretionary project, which is those ongoing annual projects that are needed for just the regular operation and maintenance of our infrastructure. So it includes utilities, streets, and this is just, again, ongoing day-to-day repair and maintenance needs. Anything that falls outside of that is considered non-discretionary.
You're reversing. Oh, yeah, you're reversing it. Non-discretionary.
I'm sorry.
Are the annual projects that are mainly designed towards maintaining our infrastructure and our buildings, our parks in a state of good repair. They provide a lot of flexibility staff to take care of a lot of smaller scale repairs and maintenance. You'll notice that some of them, though, also include sewer and water main replacements, right. And it again allows us then to select which ones are next up based upon utility master plans and needs, and just keep those projects moving forward.
Okay. Well, sometimes people have slightly different definition, which also includes anything that is required by a permit, or and I noticed that I thought that there were some on the discretionary list that actually were required. We had an obligation to do them, so in a sense they're not an ongoing, we're going to do them every year discretionary, but right now that specific project really isn't discretionary. We've made an obligation to do it. So there's a little bit of overlap between those. I just wanted to bring...
Vice Mayor, you're correct, and there are some regulatory requirements built into the non-discretionary annuals, but again, those are more standard ongoing. But when a project hits a certain cost level, involves major scope, and we need to bring on a formal do engineering plans and specs and do a formal public works construction contract, we do call those discretionary projects, so that they do receive more oversight and review, including the money that's being allocated to those individual projects. But we are careful when we provide those project descriptions to note if something's being done to meet a regulatory requirement.
Yes. Okay. Well, I just wanted, so there is a little bit of flux in that in terms of kind of the management required, it sounds like. Yeah. Okay. And the only thing I kind of wondered about, I think, you maybe want to move the project CIP development to the non-discretionary list. You've got to do that every year or every few years. And, we definitely want to do the study, because then we can't make good, if we don't do the study, we can't make good decisions about how to spend our money. So I would just hope we maybe could do that. And then a couple more questions about, this has been a really odd year, or a record year in terms of weather. And that has produced a tremendous amount of damage to things. And it's put a lot of wear and tear on things that don't normally have to be, we don't have to worry about. I mean, it's created more potholes. We've lost a lot of trees in the parks. There's been erosive incidents at some corners on streets. I mean, there's just been this incredible laundry list. We've had power outages that have meant we had to have shelters opened up for people who didn't have, I mean, really, it's been quite remarkable, all the work that the city has stepped up and done. And we're very proud of you, and we want you to do it. I mean, but I just wondered, is there a capital project associated? I mean, how do we account for that? Is there a project, like a capital project, that's associated with that? Or is that not a capital project because it's kind of an ongoing? I mean, where does that fit in the budget?
So I'll take a first crack at this. So thank you for the question. We have experienced with the recent rainstorms just this influx of additional repair work that is being identified. The non-discretionary funds is where that lives. So the ongoing day-to-day repair and maintenance, such as potholes in the street or a repair that's needed for something that's damaged, it's part of our daily infrastructure repair needs. So it really does sit in the non-discretionary CIPs.
So are we keeping track of how kind of unusual a year this is?
I'll defer to Director Cameron for this one. Absolutely. As part of the recent storms, there has been a significant, as we've all seen, additional water in the creeks and erosion. So as part of this fiscal year, as part of the next fiscal year's proposal to add a capital project to address some of the creek erosion that we've seen,
right,
we've added a new project that's specific just to evaluate and address any repair needs that are needed along the creek associated with the recent storms and erosions that we've seen.
So that would fall into that category. Okay, all right. And is that kind of the only one? The other ones are all just under? Well, the reason I'm just wondering about this, besides the fact that I know that many of these things are episodic, when we have a big rainstorm like this, rain period like this, it creates these things that need to be dealt with. And I wonder, is there any historical or ongoing historical value for having a separate project to keep track of that? Or does it work? I mean, does it work fine the way it is?
Because this is the first winter we've experienced this extreme level of storms and saw some of the, as you're saying, the tree falls, the creek bank erosion, the pavement repairs, especially since we've been in a drought. Right now, we would suggest we handle it the way we have. As Assistant Director Rangel mentioned, because we were aware and have noted some Stevens Creek bank issues, we have proposed a new CIP project that will allow us to do a more formal assessment and pave the way for an additional CIP potentially to make repairs if, once we fully assess it. But in terms of ongoing tracking, may want to wait to see if this becomes more of a regular occurrence every year. For now, again, we're able to address most of the repairs that are necessary through the non-discretionary annuals. That's one of the key things that they're there for, is for us to dip into them. And through this special project now that we've identified to deal with some creek erosion. I'll note that staff has developed a Public Works and Community Services has worked together to produce a memo to council that does summarize the damage that we have seen from the storms, and hope to have that ready to send to you soon.
Oh, that's great. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So I sent in the question about how do patches in the roads impact PCI, Pavement Construction Index? Sorry to be so in the weeds on this one. But I would say that right now, the most common thing residents contact me about or talk about are the state of our roads. And it's nice to see that so many people now recognize that El Camino Real is not a city road. We're making progress. But the rest of the roads, man, it's surprising how many people are concerned about the state of the roads. So I didn't do a very good job of asking that question on paper, so I'm going to try again. I was asking about how are patches, when patches are done by people who have cut into the road to lay new pipes or other infrastructure, not necessarily a pothole. Like, do we hire, is it an outside agency that calculates the PCI for every single road, or is it internal that we do that? And then how do we factor in those patches done by others, not the ones done by the city? And maybe this is something you need to say, Lisa, here's a link to the manual on how to calculate PCI, and that's fine.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. I probably will do that for a portion of it. Let me see if I can tackle the question about our PCI. So our PCI is evaluated every other year, typically through the Metropolitan Transportation Commission's program for their pavement program, where they identify a consultant to come out and evaluate all the cities in the area's pavement. And then they provide a report, and that generates the PCI, which is based on the condition of the roadway for each of the streets, and then as a whole, collectively, as an average of streets. As far as the patching by others, typically when utility cuts are done in roadways, they're done by other utility companies, a developer or a homeowner that does this for their own utility upgrade or needs. So as part of that, the city issues a permit. It's an excavation permit that outlines conditions and details on how to repair and patch the roadway to meet our standards. And so they're very detailed guidelines on when you cut the roadway and you excavate and you do repair. When you do the patchwork, we have specific guidelines that identify that you need to bring it up to our standards for trench cuts. So that's the document that we really use and rely on, and the inspectors do, to ensure that the pavement condition of the roadway patch is in great condition when it's left. So that way it's level, it's meeting our asphalt requirements, and it looks better than it started at that spot.
Yeah, I'm thinking a lot of people are not necessarily following those regulations. I shared with the city manager that there is one company that I think has done a terrific job of patching, and it's surprising, it's PG&E, but they've done a lot of work on Wisman Road, and their patches are terrific. But I can't say that for all the other ones throughout the city. And I don't know how we fix that, because the unevenness, and it's like the patch itself is not even consistent. It can be bumpy, and sometimes it's lower than the road or higher than the road. And for both bicyclists and vehicles, it's just not a pleasant experience. So it's like, how do we get greater consistency when roads are patched by others? Because there is a lot that is going on because of development throughout the city. So how do we do that?
So I think one avenue is informing staff that there is an issue with a specific location. I think another element may be a lot of times construction is done over a duration. So when they do the initial patch, they're not really ready to do the full final patchwork. So they put back what we call as cutback. It looks like asphalt, but it's more malleable. And then as it wears and it weathers, tires get on it, it really starts to mold a little bit and starts to get bumpy, as you mentioned. And they do that on purpose to provide some kind of safe surface while they finish other patchwork repair and then come back efficiently to do the roadway paving all at one time for the trench work. So again, it's maybe a combination of what you mentioned, which is poor workmanship that we just need to be aware of, cutback that's put in place as part of a larger effort to kind of do this in a more efficient way and come back and dispatch everything, or it's something that we just need to be aware of that is it's not holding up and the contractor needs to come back and fix it.
Okay, so if I told people if they encounter that to let me know, and I would pass it on to staff. I think sometimes the contractors think they are done because I don't see any construction happening in areas.
And sometimes that's the case where they go away and
Yeah.
then they come back and we appreciate the feedback as well because I'm going to go back to our construction section to ensure that when they are looking at construction patches that it needs to be meet the weathering requirements so that way it'll stay in a good condition for the duration of the temporary patch and they can monitor it on an ongoing basis. But we have a lot of permits, so again, more eyes the better, and if you tell us, we can respond and get something out there quicker.
If I may also add on, so that you don't have to be the conduit for everything coming in citywide, you're also welcome to advise them to submit it as Mountain View.
Yes.
Because then we will immediately send out either a member of our streets crew or our inspection crew to take a look at the situation. But it's a good way for the community to contact us directly.
Yes, I do tell people a lot to use Ask Mountain View, so I will continue to do that. Thank you. And the other question I have is, well, putting together this information was a lot of work. Actually, the execution of this is a huge amount of work. And so I'm wondering, is this plan based upon having full staffing, or is it 80% staffing, or what is it?
It assumes full staffing. And it is still an ambitious plan. And we do focus in primarily on what we show in the first 2 years because we want to be able to deliver those, knowing that we may need to adjust what we show in years 3, 4, and 5, not just based upon changes in funding conditions, but what's going on with the staff workload. So we really try to focus it on the first 2 years in terms of, will we have the staffing to deliver it? I'll note a couple more things because I do appreciate the fact that council is very aware of our staffing challenges and have been appreciating the patience council has shown in terms of delivering capital projects. We definitely slowed down over the last year and a half, and we're really working to catch up. We put out more projects to bid in the last 6 weeks than we did all year last year, and we have a couple, and we're really trying to get the projects back on track. One of the things we also did about 2 years ago that you approved through the budget process is we divided our capital projects team in half, and you approved a principal project manager position to be added, and therefore we could allow our principal civil engineer that oversees major infrastructure projects to just focus on those projects, while we had the principal project manager come in to take over parks and building projects, which tend to require a combination of architectural expertise as well as engineering expertise. And that reorganization was set up to set us up in the long term to be able to deliver more projects more efficiently. By the way, this is in addition to a third engineering capital projects team in public services that delivers the utility capital projects. However, with approving that, it still took time to fill it. It took almost a year to fill the principal project manager position. In that time, we had a lot of retirements, and we needed to then backfill his staff because he walked in the door with 3 vacancies. And we just hired our 3rd senior project manager, started about 2 weeks ago. 1 more vacancy in that section. We're working hard to fill the civil infrastructure vacancies and have cross our fingers, have offers out, working on it, filled a couple positions. So we're really moving quickly to fill the positions, and if we're successful, I have greater confidence we can carry forward on these projects, especially with the reorganization we did a couple years ago.
Okay. I'm a little bit concerned, and I'll just say I'm open to staff suggesting which projects we might move from the upcoming fiscal year to later, if that would help. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I know we're all concerned about staffing, so it was great to have that detailed review. Are there other council members with questions? I'll ask one question that I asked in our written council questions, but I just want to know a little bit more. I asked about there's a project to study, design, and construct cycle tracks on Evelyn from Franklin Street to the Sunnyvale limit. And I know that Mayor Klein, the mayor of Sunnyvale, often speaks about a project to allow you to bicycle through like beautiful bike lanes, going from Murphy and Sunnyvale to Castro in Mountain View. So I'm wondering, I know that sort of the streetscape changes when you go from Sunnyvale to Mountain View. So I'd like to know, like, how is this project proceeding, and how might you coordinate with what it seems they're hoping to do in Sunnyvale so that we could bike back and forth sometime?
Thank you for the question, Mayor. So first off, as the elected officials from Sunnyvale, we're contacting you and a couple of our other council members. I personally called Sunnyvale's key transportation person to ask them what is the status of their plans for the Evelyn Avenue Bikeway. Why is this now generating so much interest? And it turned out that they had applied for a grant, and it looked like they were going to receive it, so they were interested in moving forward with the idea of a cycle track, or a 2-way protected bikeway, if you will, that parallels the Caltrain track, so to be on the north side of Evelyn. So we spent a little time talking about what that would mean to continue it through Mountain View and connect up to the transit center. And in looking at it, he informed me that as you were saying, their streetscape is very different. They do not have a median, they do not have trees, and that a lot of it for them will be repaving and shifting lane lines in order to create the space required to put in the cycle track. And it appears they have a little more room than we have between the road and the railroad tracks along several of these sections. However, we had already had in our unscheduled project list to do a feasibility study to see what it would take to add similar cycle tracks on our section of Evelyn. So knowing that they were ready to move forward, it is one of the reasons that we have now added into the recommended CIP discretionary project list funding in order to begin first to do a feasibility study, because for Mountain View, most of Evelyn has a landscaped median with trees, and our road is almost right up against the fence line for the Caltrain tracks. So one of the first steps to do is we've got to study what our options are to put in a cycle track. Are we going to remove a traffic lane and reduce down to 1 lane heading towards the transit center in downtown? Or do we need to talk about narrowing the median or removing the median and affecting those trees? So our process is going to have to be a little more longer and involved than Sunnyvale's. It would require a lot more technical work. we are proposing, we want to get started on the feasibility study so that we can start sharing that with the community and with the council. But on the assumption that there is a desire to make this happen one way or another, we also added in money in the planned CIP to proceed with design once we know the preferred alternative, and in 2 years later, what it could potentially cost to construct it. Because we may not be able to go as fast as Sunnyvale, but we would like to not be too far behind them.
Okay, thank you very much. It sounds, I hope we can do it. It sounds exciting to me. So this is a last call for council questions in case anybody thought of one. So now we will look up, if you can put the 4 questions up on screen for us, or 5 questions, I guess. So now we will do answers and comments to the 5 questions. Are there any council members who want to start? Or if you're hesitant to answer all 5, you could answer 1 or 2, and we could come back to you. Councilmember Abe-Koga.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll go ahead and start. Thank you to staff for all of the hard work on this. This is always quite an endeavor, but thank you for your thoroughness as a result. I actually support all of the recommendations 1 through 5. So keep it at that. Thanks.
Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thank you. I agree. Yes, I support 1 through 5. I think the only thing I wanted to note for question number 4 is just looking at some of the potential projects for the grade separations gives me a little bit of heartburn just due to the cost. And so I'm just always grateful that staff is looking for grant opportunities. You know, I continue to hope that particular, like, you know, our federal partners will provide those. And I know that we sit on many regional bodies. So just, I don't know how quickly some of those will happen. And so I know we're always keeping our eye out, but I think I would just hope, and in reading some of the answers to the council questions, it sounds like there's flexibility on report backs to council in terms of as things are changing in the climate that we're living in, as the vice mayor was talking about. So if anything comes up, I just wanted to highlight that I would be interested in that, whether that just be, you know, off agenda, just to make sure that we meet those deadlines, because I know that this can always be kind of tight crunch too. So, but much thanks to staff, as always, for a very comprehensive list. And I can't wait till next year when we hear that all the vacancies are filled and we're going to be able to start doing even more things. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Okay, I am going to talk a little more, but this is public works and that's sort of my thing. So I hope you'll bear with me. First of all, I'd just like to make some comments on the attachments, because I think it's, you know, it's good to get feedback. I particularly liked attachment 5. You know, this is the one where you have a little box for each project, and you know, you talk about where the funding comes from and kind of how it's different. I mean, why it's in here. I really liked that. It was easier to read than the tables. And it was kind of lengthy. I don't remember how many pages, but it was a lot. But but anyway, I really like that. So thanks for that. And likewise, the unscheduled proposed projects, I think that's 7. I really found that one. I like that one. The first one, I felt I need attachment 1. That's the laundry list. I think it has like 200 projects on it. I felt like I needed a little bit of a magnifying glass for that. I don't quite know how you can fix that, or if there's a way to fix it, but it was difficult to read and kind of keep your attention. So maybe even just breaking them up every 5 projects or every 10 projects so you can read. I don't know. Anyway, I had a little trouble reading them. So I wanted to let you know that. But I really liked particularly attachment 5. I thought that was very helpful because, when you jump from the study report to the attachments, you kind of lose your train of thought. And so that had the information in the table that was in the study report, and I found that really helpful. Okay, so, and then I also wanted to make a comment about the question number 2. Does the council support staff recommendation to use state water project tax funds for the advanced metering infrastructure project and other recycled water capital projects? Yes, I would like to say an enthusiastic yes to that. And I'd just like to mention to my fellow council members that one of the reasons this is so important is that it's very difficult to ask people to save water if they don't know how much water they're using. And these advanced meters will provide everybody with that information. So it's really important going forward as we continue in this whiplash weather cycle, which seems to be where California is moving with, climate change, that we do provide people with more information. And so I think this is really valuable, and I wholeheartedly support it. And of course, the recycled water is another, another adaptation measure that's very important for moving forward with climate resiliency. So so yes on all of these. For question 5, I was going to bring up again the idea of maybe we don't do it this year, but somehow commemorating, keeping in mind just all the incredible amount of work that was done this year because of the extreme water cycle, and if there is some sort of way we should be really almost historically recording that. And analogously to that, I wonder, have we done a report? I think we have done a report for all the things we did for COVID. We have done a report for that, haven't we, City Manager? Yeah. So kind of a similar line. So anyway, those were my comments, and thank you very much.
So just to clarify, you're asking for a storm damage report to council?
Well, they're making one.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
So that's good.
So you're happy that they're
I'm
making?
very happy.
Okay.
That was the one I was going to add.
Okay.
It's already
It's added. Okay, got it. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. I also am supportive of the staff recommendations. I will add, though, that if there is any way possible to add additional budget to fixing roads, I would appreciate it. And I know I've said this before, I don't feel that we need to be limited by the amount of funds we get from restricted sources. I think it's up to us how we spend unrestricted funds, and I'm okay taking some of those unrestricted funds and putting them toward road maintenance, because it is something that we hear a lot about, and the storms certainly did not help. But in general, yep, I agree with all the other recommendations. Oh wait, and as I said before, if there are things that you think we should consider moving to later years, please do let us know. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ramos.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm glad that my colleagues went before me because I was looking at the staff recommendations and I was like, I'm comfortable with all of them. Is this a trick? I am supportive of all staff recommendations. Thank you so much. It is clearly a lot of work. It's highly ambitious. I like being highly ambitious with what we can do for our community. I'm supportive of Vice Mayor Showalter's comments about tracking storm damage, and because as we deal with our future of climate change, we're going to get more significant droughts, more significant floods in rapid succession. I'm also in support of seeing what we can do for greater consistency in road patches that Councilmember Matichak brought up. I kind of almost imagine that we could even have, similar to how we have like a CERT program, but like a road patch hunter program where people can easily really band together to track these road patches. I feel like some people kind of do that already. And because it would be kind of important to see how often do we have these subpar patches, how long do these subpar patches happen, and if there are certain areas that have repeated subpar patching work. I would hate to think that like areas around, say, Castro City have more likely to have subpar patching than places like, I don't know, downtown. So it'd be nice to keep track, especially if there might be equity issues related to that. But other than that, thank you so much to staff and your hard work on this. I support, I'm comfortable with all of staff's recommendations.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. Like everyone else on the council, I support the staff recommendations and don't have a whole heck of a lot to add. Like Councilmember Matichak, I'm hopeful that we can achieve everything on this list, and I'm also looking forward to fully staffing up. But if it's helpful, some of the projects that I was looking at that I think probably could safely be pushed out a little bit are predominantly North Bayshore related, like the landings related, generally LOS improvements. If that project is paused, you know, if what we're observing based on the trip cap analysis is showing that we don't really have the same level of congestion that we had experienced prior to the pandemic, those are consequently lower priority projects, at least for me. But I appreciated the staff responses to the questions in the packet prior to the meeting. You know, I don't feel that we necessarily have to change anything right now, but as we learn more, those are the things that I feel we can safely push out. Thank you.
So like other council members, I support the staff recommendations for all 5 questions. I guess the only additional comment that I had, I thought maybe for prioritization, what I saw, and this is a next time thing, what I saw was people were prioritizing a lot of sustainability related projects, and so maybe that's something, I didn't see that in our criteria for prioritizing projects. I didn't see that maybe quite as specifically called out as maybe the direction council is moving in. I think it's there in some vague terms, but you know, looking at how our sustainability action plans and active transportation and council sustainability committee projects, maybe ones that could be tagged that relate to those or any other sustainability. But that's for sustainability projects, but that's for the future. And so what I'm hearing is support for the staff recommendations for all 5 projects. Looking forward to your report back on storm damage and how that relates to CIPs, and that push projects out if necessary, but tell us what you're pushing out. And maybe the North Bayshore projects, some of them depending on how that situation evolves, is what I'm hearing. Is there anything else that council members think I should add to that summary, or staff?
Well, I mentioned if there's a way to increase funding for road conditions, I would support that. And I do support if there's projects that would be pushed, North Bayshore ones might be good candidates. Thanks.
So let me get clarity on the road conditions. You want a certain amount from the general fund, or what is it that you want exactly?
No, if there's a way to increase funding, and it might be from the general fund, it might be from projects that get pushed and then funds are available, or something comes in under budget. I don't know exactly how funds might be freed up. There might be many ways, but I just would like to, if we could, increase the amount we spend on roads.
So thank you. We will go back and relook at the amount of money that's been already allocated related to road pavement projects. both in terms of city funds as well as the other funding sources we receive, gas tax. We have Measure B, local road funding. We have VTA's VLF funding. There's a variety of sources that come in. Some of them are really small, but we pull them all together, and then we have the State Senate Bill 1 funding that comes in. Again, one of the issues that we have faced that has delayed us is our staffing issues. So we've had quite a bit of this other funding build up, including the Measure B funding and the SB1 funding that we have not spent. Just be honest with you about that, because we haven't been getting the projects out to bid. So we were absolutely thrilled that we got 2 major road pavement projects out to bid in the last couple months, and we've opened those bids and are getting ready to award both of those construction projects. And we have others that we're working on preparing. Miramonte is an example of one. So we're going to start spinning down the other funding sources that we've accumulated first, and but we'll also take a look at whether additional funding would be useful to supplement that in terms of getting some of the other projects delivered. The one thing, again, that we try to point out in our staff report is the unrestricted CIP funds are in great demand, and there are many, many types of projects that can't use the restricted funds. So it is for us a consistent balancing act. But we will go back and take a look and see if it would be useful to, and if it's possible to do more if we had more money, because it's back to workload again.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So is that sufficient, or do you want a straw poll on something? Okay, that's good. And then for support for 1 to 5, do we need a straw poll, or was it clear enough? We need a straw poll? Yes, it was clear enough. Okay, I shouldn't ask 2 questions at once. Okay, so seeing no complaints from council members, I assume that we're supporting all 5 staff recommendations. And so we are now adjourning and taking a break until 6:30 p.m. when our regular session will begin. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Mountain View City Council of May 9th, 2023. Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now the city clerk will take attendance by roll call.
Councilmember Abe Koga.
Here.
Councilmember Kamei.
Here.
Councilmember Matichak.
Here.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Here.
Councilmember Ramos.
Here.
Vice Mayor Showalter.
Here?
Mayor Hicks.
Here.
Uniform.
Thank you. So we are now on item 3 of our agenda, which is presentations. Please note that these are presentations only. The City Council will not take any action. Public comment will occur after the presentation items. If you'd like to speak on these items in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. First, we will be doing our Bike Month proclamation. So we're happy to be joined this evening by Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee Chair James Kuzmo, and also Caltrans District 4 Bicycle Advisory Committee member, Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition Policy Advisory Committee member, and Metropolitan Transportation Commission Active Transportation Working Group co-chair April Webster. You're going to think there's a bunch of people, but it's 2 people, actually, to accept this proclamation. Ms. Webster and Mr. Kuzmo, will you please join me at the lectern? So, let's see. Is this on? Yes. So this is a mercifully short proclamation. I'm not reading the very long ones anymore. I'm summarizing them, but I will be reading this one. So, whereas for more than a century, the bicycle has been an important part of the lives of most Americans, and whereas today millions of Americans engage in bicycling as an environmentally sound form of transportation, etc., whereas the education of cyclists and motorists as to the proper and safe operation of bicycles is important, etc., whereas the League of American Bicyclists and independent cyclists throughout our state are promoting greater public awareness of bicycle operation and safety education, etc., whereas Mountain View has been named a silver-level bicycle-friendly community by the League of American Bicyclists, now, therefore, I, Allison Hicks, Mayor of the City of Mountain View, along with my colleagues on the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of May as Bike Month. And so you each get your very own copy of the proclamation, which you can hang in your living rooms from now on. And I'd like to know if you have any comments to make. I understand, Ms. Webster, that you also have some slides to show.
I do, yes, because my memory is a sieve.
Okay. So, Mr. Kuzmo, do you have any remarks to make? You can make them to the microphone.
I don't have anything specifically prepared, but I would like to encourage everyone to get out and ride your bike this Bike Month, and I hope that all the good work the city is doing, as evidenced by the CIP presentation before this, will make it so that our streets are safer for everyone to bike and walk on going forwards.
Thank you. And Ms. Webster?
Sure.
I'm going to listen to your comments from my chair.
Okay, thanks. Sounds great. Obviously, I'm thrilled to receive this honor. I like to bike, but if you could move on to the next slide, please. I really want to use this platform to acknowledge just how much we've accomplished in the city of Mountain View just over the past few years. And I put together this visual to try and capture that. Through the council and staff's leadership and hard work, we have laid the foundation necessary to create a connected network of bike lanes and urban linear parks. Just in the past month, we have prioritized 2 green complete streets projects that you see on the right, and we have also committed to revisiting our parking regulations, which presents us with the opportunity to open up more space on our streets for people and green infrastructure. Next slide, please. I just want to give you a visual of where all this hard work can take us. And it can move us from where we are in a hotter and slightly more hostile landscape on the left to a safer, more attractive, and comfortable and less stressful landscape that people actually want to use. And this is what we need to see a real modality shift. Next slide. Just to elaborate on this vision, green streets are more inclusive and comfortable for people of all abilities and ages, not just the strong and fearless, for whom our streets almost exclusively cater at present. Next slide. They also help us address greenhouse gas emissions through carbon sequestration, reduce urban heat island effects, make our cities more resilient to flooding and drought, and provide pollinator habitat. Next slide. I promise this isn't too much longer. I just want to let this all sink in, as it is critical to create the vision we want in Mountain View. And I just want to say how excited we are to start seeing some of these green complete projects take root as we break ground over the next few years. Next slide. I wanted to share with you some really good news and to point out we are now there's new money available, and we are strategically positioned to take advantage of it. There are 2, on the screen, there are 2 new funding programs that I just learned about 2 weeks ago for transportation infrastructure projects that address climate resiliency. There's the LTCAP and Protect. One is already open, another is opening just in 2 weeks, and they're closing at the end of summer. If you want to get more information, the full description is on the slide. I don't want to read it out. But I also wanted to point out some other really exciting news, and that Caltrans has just released their updated Complete Streets Design Guidance. And I was really excited, and a lot of people in the industry are as well, to see that it includes green streets and narrow car lanes. This can have a huge impact. Next slide, please. I want to encourage you to keep innovating, and you have our support, the community's support. One thing that we could consider is supporting continuing education for our traffic engineers. There have been a lot of changes in the past few years to the policies and standards for building active transportation infrastructure. And there are courses out there, such as the Safe Systems Approach course. Next slide. I just wanted to point out, we also have support from the top. To quote the former director of Caltrans at his keynote address in 2020 at the Green Streets for Sustainable Communities Symposium, if we want to solve the problem of climate change, we need to tackle the source of the issue. This starts with us creating a more multimodal transportation system and investing in green infrastructure. We can no longer just focus on legacy-based approaches. Next slide. Finally, on behalf of the community, I'd like to say how incredibly excited we are with the direction that Mountain View is taking. And I would like this moment to say thank you. Thank you for taking the pivotal steps to ensure our streets are safer. Thank you for ensuring they are more inclusive and inviting, and that they're ready to handle the ravages of climate change. Thanks.
Thank you. So I was going to take comments at the end of both presentations, unless you're just dying So we have two presentations, and I'm going to take comments from council and members of the public after both presentations. Next, we're going to be joined by the Mountain View Academy principal, Mark Andres, and some of his colleagues to accept a proclamation for the 100th anniversary of the Mountain View Academy. So, Mark, you can join me at the podium. This one is a very lengthy proclamation. So I'm not going to read every single word, but I'm extremely pleased to give you this presentation. The reason I do not give all the proclamations we're asked to give, and the reason I chose to give this one is that the Seventh-day Adventist community has been really a historic addition to Mountain View. So here is your proclamation, signed by the mayor, and I'm going to sum it up just to say that the Mountain View Academy is celebrating 100 years of providing high school education in Mountain View. It's a secondary school, ages 9 through 12, and part of the Seventh-day Adventist educational system. The Seventh-day Adventist Pacific Press Publishing Association came to Mountain View in 1904. And it was a big part of Mountain View's economic vitality strategy. At the time, we have an economic vitality strategy now. Mountain View had a population of about 600 people at the time, and was looking to grow and add, I guess, high-tech businesses such as publishing. It was kind of the Google of the time. We lured Pacific Press away from Oakland by donating 5 acres of land, and a local bank offered a $50,000 loan with no strings attached, which was a tremendous amount of money at the time. So the campus is still there today, and many people moved here to work at the Pacific Press and started what is now our Swan neighborhood, Southwest Association of Neighborhoods, houses that are still largely the same as they were over 100 years ago when people built them to work at Pacific Press. The end of the Pacific Press and the Seventh-day Adventist community is in a lot of Mountain View's history books, like the Milestone History book, if you've read it. So the end of your proclamation says, "Now, therefore, I, Allison Hicks, Mayor of the City of Mountain View, do hereby recognize the 100th anniversary of the Mountain View Academy." And would you like to say a few words? I will listen from the dais.
Mayor Hicks and council members, just want to say thank you for this honor for the proclamation. And also my board members that are here with me. I'm joined by our board chairman, Dr. Renee Tabiola-Kerner, and the representative from our school district office, the Central California Conference of Education. He's our vice president for education, Ken Bullington. We're just so thankful for the recognition. We have been part of the community, and we're thankful for the space and the support you've given us there on our little corner of Shoreline in California for so many years. On a personal note, I'm a student. I was a graduate of Mountain View Academy. I've been there for over 2 decades, and my first experience with the city council was when I was assigned by my government teacher to come to a city council meeting when it was at the police station now, or in that room. And I heard a presentation from the city council about how they wanted to revitalize Castro Street by taking out the old businesses and putting in the sycamore trees, which are now all over. I mean, and to see how the work of government brings fruit And I'm also thankful for your work in street safety, as you put in those crossing lights on parts of California and Shoreline where my students walk, and they're no longer afraid of getting hit at 50 miles an hour as people come careening down Shoreline. You've cared for the community that we're a part of, and we're glad to be a part of the community and give back. So thank you so much for this honor.
Thank you. So now, would any members of council like to say a few words? Councilmember Kamei?
Great, thanks. Well, just congratulations to the two groups who received proclamations. First, I was just wondering if Ms. Webster could send us that lovely deck that you put together. I think it'd be great for my colleagues and I to be able to see it. And then just want to thank the Mountain View Academy. It's always fun learning more about history here in the city. And so really appreciate that. Thanks, Mayor.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, I wanted to extend my thanks, well, both to the bike group. I think that your advocacy has made a huge difference in our community, and we've all benefited from it. So thank you so much for that. But for the Mountain View Academy, I was wondering both how many students that you have, how big your school is. I know it's been there a long time. And also, I remember quite a few years ago, we approved some on-site housing, and I don't think that's happened yet. So I wonder what the status of that was. Yeah, and then I also wanted to. I was down looking at the exhibit of art in our lobby, and I think that some of that is from your students, right?
I'm not certain. I know our students visited the art display. They walked over for
yeah, I think some of it
class.
is from yours. Anyway, everybody should go see it. It's our student art, and it's quite inspiring. Thank you.
Let me see if I remember your questions. Currently, we have 60 students, and we're a day high school, grades 9 through 12. And before COVID, we had about 100, so we're on the upswing. We're headed back up. As far as the building project, the architect in charge passed away suddenly just before COVID, and then we didn't get back on track with the building permit process. So we're just our constituency meeting recently just had a meeting, and they want us to continue with the fundraising committee so that we can get that project restarted. So we haven't forgotten about it. We do want to do the housing project on that corner.
Yeah, I remember it looked like it was, just a great idea, and but those things take a lot of time and money. So,
yes,
yeah, keep at it. Thanks so much.
Thank you for your interest.
So, seeing no more council members, are there any members of the public here in person? No members of the public in person. But I do see a virtual hand. Please raise your hands virtually if you have comments. I see Bruce England and no others at this time.
Hi. Thank you, Mayor and council members. I just want to thank everyone for the Bike Month proclamation, and congratulations to James and April for representing the community there tonight, and also to April specifically for the presentation. Very well done. And it well states the case for green complete streets that many of us out here in the community would like to see happen. So it's nice to see that represented at the council meeting tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. And seeing no other public commentators, I will close the presentation portion of the meeting. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming. Nice to see you. And we will move on to item 4 on our agenda, which is the consent calendar. The items on our consent calendar will be approved by one motion unless any member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion. If you'd like to speak on this item, the consent calendar, or on oral communications on non-agenda items, which will be next on our agenda, in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. I also believe that Councilmember Kamei has an announcement to make. Councilmember Kamei?
Yes. So should I make my recusal now, or should I pull the item I want to pull now?
Oh, well.
I would like to pull an item. Sorry.
Okay. Why don't you pull an item and then?
Well, look to the city. Is that?
Oh, is this?
I was going to say, why don't you make your recusal?
Okay.
And then you can pull the item that you want to pull after that. Yeah, because your recusals for generally everything that's going to remain on consent and not be pulled, right?
Yes. Okay. So I am recusing myself from participating in item 4.9, scope of services for broadband needs assessment and gap analysis professional services, request for proposal due to my employment as an external affairs manager with AT&T, an international telecommunications company.
Thank you.
I just want to clarify, you do not have to leave.
Okay.
You just needed to register recusal for that item.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I pull my hand?
Yes, you can pull your.
Okay. I would like to pull item 4.8 for discussion. Thank you.
Okay, so I see some. So I understand there are several items that need to be pulled for individual consideration. Do any other council members want to pull items? Okay, Councilmember Matichak? Oh. Sure. Okay, Vice Mayor.
Sure. Well, I wanted to pull just for comments. It is the 4.4 of the Plymouth Street realignment and 4.7 the North Bay Shore trip cap monitoring report, just for comments.
So you're not actually pulling them?
No.
Do you want to comment?
Yeah, sure. I can make the comments now. Well, on the 4.4, the Plymouth Street realignment, I'm all for that. I know it's an important project, but one of the things that's happening is this project, and it happens with some projects, is we remove heritage trees. This one has a lot of trees, 86 trees that are getting removed. And I imagine the plan is just to chop them up into wood chips. And so I just like to encourage the consideration of milling some of this wood. Especially if there are 86 trees. I mean, I felt like when I looked at all the trees that were blown down in the storm, I wish some of those could be milled too. So that's what I wanted to mention about 4.4. And then 4.7, that's the North Bay Shore Trip Cap Monitoring Report. And I wanted to bring this up because in the first 4 years I was on the council, this was a huge item of debate. We talked about this for many, many hours, and it's very exciting to see this report and see how things are changing. So I was particularly impressed with the attachments. And so I asked the clerk to help me out by sharing one of the figures. Can you put that figure up, Heather? Or was Roger going to put it up? Here we go. Yeah. Well, I just wanted to share this. We have a lot of information that and data that is shared with the city council, and sometimes it's not very easy to understand or well put together. Sometimes it's harder to understand. This, I thought, was beautifully done. So I wanted to bring this to your attention. You see the quadrant that shows single occupancy vehicles, active transportation, transit, and HOVs. So all on the same graph. It's clearly shown with the color which ones come from which gateway. And so I really wanted to share, it just, encapsulates really quickly an awful lot of information there that most people come on Shoreline. On the active transportation, it's a little different. The SC is Stevens Creek for the Stevens Creek Trail. You can see that the vast majority of people who bicycle come on the Stevens Creek Trail. So anyway, I wanted to bring this to everybody's attention, and for those of you who are really interested in transportation, this is a very good item for you to read. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So I had a question and a comment on 4.9, but I'm not sure I want to pull that. But how would that work?
Is 4.9 the one that you recuse yourself?
Yes, so there's a couple. Usually people comment without fully pulling them, but questions, I don't know. And also whether Councilmember Kamei has to leave while we discuss this. Those
Yeah,
are my two
why don't you
questions.
leave since there's questions about it? You wouldn't normally have to.
Okay. So Councilmember Kamei will leave, and then you can ask your question and make your comment.
So the question is, at the NLC meeting in Washington, D.C., I attended the session on broadband, and it was very much said and reinforced that there will be federal funds available, but they will be made available through the state. And if you are not in on the ground floor, then you are not eligible when the funds are actually distributed. And so I was wondering, have we checked to see what specifically needs to be done to get into on the ground floor? Is it just putting our name on a list? I don't know what the expectations are. And if we haven't done that, can we do that in addition to pursuing the path we are with getting a consultant to help us on this project? So I'm not sure who can answer that.
Mayor, Councilmember Matichak, I'd like to invite Christina Gilmore, our assistant to the city manager, to comment on that. She's been promoted to a panelist.
Thank you, City Manager McCarthy, and thank you, Councilmember Matichak, for the question. So in answer to your question regarding has staff explored opportunities for state funding, we have not. And however, we can certainly begin exploring to understand what the city would need to do to get on the list to receive potential funding opportunities for future broadband implementation. So we can certainly begin exploring that while we are simultaneously conducting the RFP process.
Great, thank you very much, I appreciate it.
Okay, so now we can bring Councilmember Kamei back. So now we would have, I see no other council members pulling items. Would any member of the public joining us in person or virtually like to provide comments or pull an item? I see in person, I see Alex Brown wanting to speak about 4.4.
All right, 4.4. You had to see this coming. Plymouth and Space Parkway on Shoreline. It is an awkward set of intersections. Alignment's good. I would just ask that the city have a good notice and point of contact for the people in Santiago Villa. We have 2 ways in and out of the park. We have that and La Avenida. We have a lot of construction going on in La Avenida and Pear right now. We're going to have a lot of construction on Shoreline soon, and it's going to be difficult at times, I imagine, for people to understand where they can go, how they can get in and out.
Back and Councilmember Kamei had pulled 4.8.
Okay, just making sure you're calling on me. So I just actually, and I apologize, I just see the developer in the audience and forgot that I wanted to ask this question. So this park, Evelyn Park, is what used to be the old Flower Mart site. The project used to be Flower Mart. Now it's called the Hadley, I think. And so I know that the Flower Mart Park was, the Flower Mart Park was voted down by our Parks and Rec Commission. I just wanted to see if the applicant had already put like a plaque or anything. I know that sometimes our developers put up kind of an homage to what existed there before, to Mountain View's history. And so, okay, I'm seeing a head shaking. No, it wasn't included. So maybe in the design of the park, I just wanted to make the comment then that I would like to see that. Much of our roots here in the city are to those who raised flowers, and so just wanted to ask that. But I'm comfortable with the Evelyn Park name, but just wanted to check if that had already existed. Not to make anyone have a heart attack on it. Just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Okay, and I see staff taking notes on that as well. I think it doesn't substantially alter what's being proposed. Okay, so I think we have no other items pulled at this time. So I see I'm bringing this back for council action and see a motion by Councilmember Ramos and a second by Councilmember
Excuse me,
Ramirez.
Mayor.
Yes?
Sorry. Staff would like to request that consent items 4.1 and 4.6 be pulled for separate consideration.
Okay.
We have some staff reports to make.
Okay. Would you like to do that before we make no, just we can go through with the rest of them. Okay. So Councilmember Ramos, would you like to make your motion?
Yes, I would like to move the consent calendar, including to item 4.2, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View, adopting a list of projects for funding to be allocated during fiscal year 2023-24 from Senate Bill 1, the Road Repair and Accountability Act of 2017, to be read in title only, further reading waived. Item 4.3, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View authorizing application to the Local Housing Trust Fund Program and certifying to the California Department of Housing and Community Development compliance with the Local Housing Trust Fund Program requirements, to be read in title only, further reading waived. And adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View establishing the City of Mountain View Local Housing Trust Fund, to be read in title only, further reading waived. Item 4.4, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View adopting an addendum to the North Bayshore Precise Plan subsequent final environmental impact report for Plymouth Street realignment, Project 20-40, to be read in title only, further reading waived. 4.5, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving a final map of track number 10575-773 Cuesta Drive, accepting dedications and making findings as required by the City Code, to be read in title only, further reading waived.
So that's a motion for all but 4.1 and 4.6, and we can now vote. Passes unanimously. So we will now consider pulled item 4.1. We'll hear from the Public Works Department staff on an update to this item.
Thank you, member and council members. Ed Arango, Assistant Public Works Director and City Engineer, and I'll be briefly outlining revisions made to item 4.1, Notice of Intention to Vacate Street Right-of-Way and Public Easements. The proposed easements to be vacated will be considered by council at the June 13th, 2023 meeting.
So that's the full update.
Sorry, the computer didn't work for me. I have more.
Oh, okay. I thought that was brief.
I'm clicking and it wasn't clicking, so thank you for your patience. As part of the council report for this item, a portion of Shorebird Way was inadvertently omitted as one of the street easements proposed for vacation. The amendment now includes the portion of Shorebird Way for the notice of intent. On page 3 of the council report, the street easement shown on table 1 is revised as shown here. For Exhibit A to the resolution, the table outlining the easements to be vacated has been amended, and lines 76 and 77 have been added as outlined here. Lastly, Exhibit B to the resolution, page 6 of the map depicting the proposed vacated areas has also been amended, showing the full dimension of Shorebird Way. Now that does conclude my presentation with staff's recommendation for council to adopt the resolution included in item 4.1 with amended exhibits. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any member of the council have questions on this item? Seeing none, would any member of the public joining us virtually or in person like to provide comments on this item? You should make out a blue speaker card or raise your hand if you do. Seeing none, I'll now bring the item back for council action and note that a motion to approve the recommendation should also include reading the title of the resolution attached to the report. I see a motion by Councilmember Abe-Koga.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to adopt a resolution of intention of the City Council of the City of Mountain View to vacate street right-of-way and public easements within the North Bayshore Master Plan bounded by Charleston Road to the north, Stevens Creek to the east, Plymouth Street and Space Parkway to the south, and Huff Avenue to the west, to be read in title only, further reading waived, attachment 2 to the council report, and set a date for a public hearing to consider the vacation for June 13th, 2023.
Thank you. And I see a second by Councilmember Matichak, so now we can vote. That passes unanimously as well. We also have pulled item 4.6, and we'll now hear from Public Works Department staff on an update to this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Don Cameron, Public Works Director. We have been informed by the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency, or BOSCA, that a BOSCA board director must be appointed for a 4-year term. Should the appointee resign before the end of their 4-year term, council may make a new appointment for completing the 4-year term. Therefore, staff recommends modifying this item's recommendation to say, appoint Council Member Lisa Matichak as the City of Mountain View's representative to the BOSCA Board of Directors and Bay Area Regional Water System Financing Authority for a 4-year term starting on July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2027.
So I imagine if someone wishes to make a motion on this, we just move the new staff recommendation.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Councilmember Matichak, do you have any comments?
I do, thank you, and thank you for the revision to this. I have been on the BOSC board for 4 years, and recently there has been quite a bit of turnover on the board. And because of that, the CEO contacted me and asked if I would consider being reappointed. And I let her know that we do have a policy here in Mountain View of you need to be a sitting council member to be on a regional board. And that was a council policy that we passed a few years ago. But that policy does not override state legislation that created the BOSCA organization. And so while I am very happy to continue for, I guess it would be a year and a half, it is my intention, and I will follow the council policy of not being on a regional board if I'm not on the council. And so I will resign at the end of my council term, which is about a year and a half from now. And then you'll have the opportunity to appoint somebody who is a current council member. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other council comments? Questions? Okay. Would any member of the public joining us either in person or virtually like to comment on this item? I see nobody in person and also nobody virtually. So I'll bring the item back for council action. And I see we have the vice mayor is making a motion, and Councilmember Abekoga is seconding. Vice Mayor?
Yes, I move the minute. I flipped my page. Yeah, I move the staff recommendation. Thank you. For 4.6.
Thank you. Now we can vote. And that passes unanimously. So we are now on item 5 on the agenda, which is oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for people wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda. Speakers can speak on any topic for up to 3 minutes during this section. State law prohibits the council from acting on non-agenda items. So if you would like to speak on this item in person or the next item, then please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. And also, if you are with us virtually and want to speak, please raise your hand. So I do not see any in-person speakers, and neither does the city clerk. I do see one virtual speaker, and that is Stephen Goldstein. Stephen, you may speak.
Thank you very much for your time. I just wanted to question about the situation with regards to the Baykeepers lawsuit regarding Mountain View and the creek. From what I can see so far, there has been a news report in the Daily Post saying that the city of Mountain View may be required to pay $700,000 for the legal fees for Baykeepers, even though at the same time, it appears that the city of Mountain View already paid $400,000 to defend the case. And at the same time, even though the city of Mountain View argued that it was following the stormwater permit from the State Water Resources Control Board, from what I understand, the Clean Water Act basically overrode that. And what I understand now is that there's still currently a consideration regarding what is going to be the fines regarding the pollution of the creek. Now, the important thing I want to point out is that the creek was polluted with E. coli, and as we all know, any person with E. coli is gravely ill. So I would say that the idea that it was a human-based E. coli pollution would be wrong, because otherwise we would have a massive amount of medical problems with a lot of people in this area, and it would be well known. So I would say, what I understand now is that the city has up until 2027 in order to correct the problem regarding what's going on with the E. coli getting into the river. And that means that it looks like we're going to have to get some kind of a treatment facility put in place in order to correct the problem. And we're going to have to fix all the stormwater systems that are in the city. And so far, I'm not hearing anything regarding it. In the meantime, of course, what I've read is that the daily fine could be as much as $53,000 a day that could be levied to the city based on the statutory language of the Clean Water Act. And so I'm confused as to wondering why it seems like this report has only been on the printed version of the Palo Alto News, and it's not been reported at all on the Mountain View Voice. And I'm thinking that what's going on here is that people are not wanting to discuss the fact that this means that at least $1 million is going to be lost by the city of Mountain View just for the legal fees alone. And who knows what the total regarding the cleanup and the fines are going to be levied at the same time. When is this going to be discussed by the city council in some form? Because it seems like the decision was already made in the courts. In any case, thank you very much for your time and have a great rest of your night.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. And just to remind everybody, we don't discuss things that are brought up during public comment because they're not on the agenda. So seeing no other public speakers, We are now moving on to item 6.1 of the agenda, which is the Downtown Outdoor Patio and Sidewalk Cafe Program. And we have Transportation Planner Aruna Baduna, who will present the item. Ms. Baduna?
We just need a moment to pull up the slide presentation.
Thank you, Mayor and Council members. I am Aruna Baduna, Transportation Planner, here to present this item. Joining me and available for questions are Don Cameron, Public Works Director, John Lang, Economic Vitality Manager, and Krisha Pinoliar, Associate Planner. We are here tonight to present for Council consideration ordinances and resolution to support implementation of outdoor patio program for the Castro Street Interim Pedestrian Mall and downtown precise plan areas. The city established Sidewalk Cafe program in 2000 for businesses in downtown to operate outdoors. The program allowed for operations in the sidewalk areas and parking stalls along Castro Street and sidewalk areas along the cross streets. The program required execution of a planning permit along with payment of application and rental fees. In June of 2020, the Castro Streets program was implemented to facilitate outdoor dining within the public right-of-way by restricting vehicle access along Castro. This was to support the recovery of downtown businesses as a result of COVID-19 pandemic. Certain requirements of the Sidewalk Cafe program and rental fee were suspended with the new Castro Streets implementation. The Castro Streets program will sunset by January of 2024 or until a new program replaces it. Subsequently, in October of last year, the City Council adopted pedestrian mall establishment on Castro Street between east leg of West Evelyn Avenue and California Street. As a part of this adoption, staff identified interim pedestrian mall improvements, including development of new standards and guidelines for outdoor patio operations. The layout of the interim pedestrian mall includes a 16-foot central walkway, 20-foot program zone, and 12-foot sidewalks on either side of the central walkway. Staff developed new outdoor patio program based on the existing Sidewalk Cafe program. The new outdoor patio program includes design standards and guidelines that are simple, unobtrusive, and convey the look and feel of an attractive and vibrant area across the 3 blocks of Castro Pedestrian Mall and throughout the greater downtown area. The design guidelines provide locational requirements of outdoor patios, permitted activities, and furnishings that can be placed in the outdoor patios. The guidelines also outline business responsibilities. For clarity, outdoor patios are permitted in program zones and sidewalk areas of the pedestrian mall and sidewalk only throughout the rest of the downtown. The city previously permitted outdoor dining through the Sidewalk Cafe program. Retail was also permitted with a planning permit, but no businesses utilize this provision. Outdoor dining and retail will continue to be permitted in certain areas of the downtown under this new program. Live entertainment will be added as a permitted ancillary activity within the program patios in the pedestrian mall areas only. The design guidelines include specific requirements on the permitted furnishings for an outdoor patio, such as seating, umbrellas, heaters, etc. A council ad hoc subcommittee was appointed to review and provide direction on the new design standards and guidelines, along with an implementation plan for the interim Castro Pedestrian Mall. This committee met 4 times beginning last September. At their most recent meeting on March 20, the ad hoc subcommittee approved the standards and guidelines and recommended for council approval. Since the establishment of the pedestrian mall in October of last year, staff have conducted several outreach and engagement activities listed on the slide here to receive feedback from businesses, property owners, Downtown Business Association, Downtown Committee, and the Chamber of Commerce. The design guidelines were revised based on feedback received from various stakeholders. I would like to note that extensive outreach and engagement activities also occurred prior to the pedestrian mall establishment that are not listed here, but available on the project website. While the design guidelines recommended by the Council Ad Hoc Subcommittee are for the pedestrian mall, staff is proposing to expand the guidelines to apply to permitted outdoor activities throughout the downtown precise plan area. The sidewalk cafe guidelines will be replaced by the new outdoor patio standards and guidelines. The procedural changes and implementation of the new guidelines require code updates. The code section changes are listed on the slide here and described in detail in the staff memo. The existing sidewalk cafe program requires an application, annual renewal, and rental fees for the use of outdoor public right-of-way. With the implementation of Castro Streets program, Council adopted resolutions to waive the sidewalk cafe permit fee through April of 2024. Staff recommends replacing the sidewalk cafe program fee structure with a new outdoor patio program, initial application fee, and a rental rate of $10 per square foot. There would not be an annual renewal fee. Staff derived the rates shown here based on information gathered from neighboring cities that provide similar outdoor patio program, along with current retail lease rates in Mountain View. The last item for council consideration today is approval of intersection control at Castro Street at Villa and Dana intersections. Signals at both locations were changed to flashing red operation with implementation of Castro Streets program in 2020. Signals were reactivated in fall of last year, and staff conducted studies to analyze pedestrian signal wardens at these locations. Based on the analysis, staff recommends signal at both the locations. If council supports this recommendation, improvements will be implemented in 2 phases. The initial phase this year will continue to use the existing signalized crosswalk with enhanced pavement treatments. The second phase, as shown on the slide here, will include converting to a single centralized crossing with new pedestrian signals and other traffic signal upgrades. For next steps, staff will continue community and business outreach on the implementation of the interim pedestrian mall, work with the businesses on license application process, and implement the new program beginning November 1 of this year. Concurrently, staff will continue efforts to beautify and activate the downtown. Visioning and design of the permanent pedestrian mall is planned to start in 2025 after the interim pedestrian mall is fully implemented. Here is a summary of staff recommendations for council consideration today. That concludes staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll now bring the item back for council deliberation. Oh, no. First, I'm going to ask if any members of the public joining us virtually or in person would like to provide comment on this item. If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk. We will take in-person speakers first. Any in-person speakers? No. We will next take virtual speakers, and we will let them speak for up to 3 minutes. And they will be, the first one will be Bruce England, the second, Peter Katz. Mr. England?
Now, do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, multiple mute buttons. Bruce England, Wisman Station Drive. I have 5 comments I'd like to make, but they're fast, and so I can do it in 3 minutes. First of 5. Signaling at Villa and Dana needs to be more pedestrian friendly than it is currently. Please turn the standard signals back on to help provide additional cues to pedestrians where the signal cycle is at the moment, not just the walk, don't walk sign. Number 2, Clarify that presumably electricity can be allowed in areas that don't require running power cords over sidewalks or other open areas if possible. I think the creperie is one situation where that could happen. Number 3, clarify that live music is allowed in areas outside of the business dining areas. And please explore ways to encourage live performance downtown, including busking. Number 4, in addition to allowing the monetary transactions outdoors, provision for allowing and encouraging food service outdoors would be welcome. This can be a great convenience for some patrons, and it can help to activate the streetscape and enhance business presence in the area, which we know many retail businesses sorely need. Number 6, the 8 p.m. cutoff for live entertainment seems too stringent to me, and I encourage some loosening of this guidance. And lastly, please ensure that sidewalks are sufficiently wide for pedestrian passage, including for those walking side by side or moving strollers, walkers, and other such devices, even on side streets, which might constitute part of downtown. 8 feet might be the needed width, and certainly not 4 feet, which can pose problems for ADA compliance. Note that proper sidewalk design can help to activate streetscapes and to encourage business transactions via foot traffic. Thank you.
Thank you. So next we will have Peter Katz, after that Robert Cox, and after that Jesse Cupp.
Thank you, Mayor and esteemed members of the City Council. The Chamber has been a strong supporter of the city's plan for the pedestrian mall for some time. In decoding the staff report, and based on conversations I've had with the city, it's really about formalizing the steps the city has said it will take for some time now to make both the sidewalk and the street space allocation more equitable and in keeping with the overall planned look, feel, and utility of the PED Mall. It also takes things out of the zoning code and moves them into the municipal code so that public works can approve rather than planning. This creates a simpler process as well as fewer and lower fees. These are all ostensibly actions that the Chamber would support wholeheartedly. At the same time, we recognize that many of our businesses are still struggling, so the challenge is in implementation. As this process continues, we need to be aware that for a good number of small businesses, any additional costs or actions that would curtail their ability to bring in revenue will be hurtful to their recovery. We also strongly endorse the restoration of outdoor music and would echo Bruce England's comments regarding busking and performance outside of the private areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Robert Cox.
Can you hear me?
Just barely. Can you make that a little louder?
Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay. Mayor Hicks, Vice Mayor Showalter, and members of the City Council, thank you for the opportunity to comment on this item. I applaud this as a big step in the right direction. Keep up the good work. I just wanted to make a brief suggestion on the facade grant program that will be made available to small businesses to improve signs, awnings, windows, doors, and exterior paint. As Vice Chair of the Old Mountain View Neighborhood Association, my neighbors often share with me what they like about the changes along Castro Street. This includes comments complimenting and raising concerns when changes are made in the appearance of buildings along our historic retail and restaurant district. It makes me wonder if owners of the buildings could benefit from some guidance when planning a remake of their properties. So I'm recommending that in addition to providing funds, the city take an active approach to engaging building owners. The city could provide consulting on how to best use the available funds to get the most for the grant money and enhance our downtown business properties to be consistent with the district's overall historic look and feel. I have been told the city of Oakland made such a consulting as part of its revitalization plan, and it was a key to the plan's success. Thank you for considering my view. I yield my time.
Thank you. I think that was actually a comment on our next item on facade improvement, but I've taken notes and we'll remember that for later. Next, Jesse Cupp, and then Tim McKenzie.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, awesome. So I just want to once again let the council know my concerns about banning bicycle traffic on Castor Street and the unintended consequences that can produce, including less safe streets as cyclists ride through there, through the sidewalks, through the downtown pedestrian mall, because they're not allowed to have their own bike lane. That's just going to create conflicts, which I see everywhere that bikes are banned. Even if there's clear signage saying to go around, not everyone will read the signs. Also, having a no biking zone for those 3 blocks will really disrupt our cycling network throughout the city and not just affect cyclists who plan to arrive at downtown. There are peninsula bikeways, bike boulevards, and lots of bike lanes in general that just kind of converge on downtown. So if you're telling people to get off, dismount, or go around, that disrupts many paths in many different directions. So one example is that the south to north route on Evelyn is currently bikeable. There's a nice little protected lane that you can go take past the Hot Pot place and continue down Evelyn. However, it is illegal to bike in the opposite direction. If you try to go north to south, there's no way to do it. And that's because of the no biking in downtown rule. So there are many other examples like that where you're gonna have to create a whole bunch of different alternate routes. So I'd encourage you to allow cycling downtown. It can be done safely down the center lane, which is currently planned to be a 16-foot wide pedestrian walkway. That could be a 2-way cycle track. You could have it be slow. You can have it be filled with trees and public art and make it kind of a winding path to encourage people to go slowly and safely, and even have intersections at the midpoints of the blocks, paint it bright green, have the bicycle symbols on the pavement, have raised curbs. So it's extremely clear where should bicycles go and where should pedestrians go, and then everyone is going to be safe and separate and happy. As a final point, I remember a Viva Calle meeting I went to in San Jose, presented by the city and SVBC, I believe. And they had some studies showing that when you ban cars temporarily, when they close it down to car traffic and then allow cyclists to go through that area, that actually increases sales to local businesses, despite initial worries that it would have the opposite effect. It turned out to be helpful to the economy. So I hope you consider this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Tim McKenzie.
Greetings, all. I'd like to echo the previous speaker and say that it would be great to be thoughtful and intentional about bicycle infrastructure, especially as we're reimagining downtown. There was a recent paper in PNAS, the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, that actually showed that building bicycle infrastructure can increase active travel and kind of create an induced demand because there's the safe infrastructure. So that's a great suggestion. I want to echo that. And I'll also echo another thing I heard earlier, live music, performing downtown. That sounds cool. I'd love to have that sort of stuff. Yay, live music. Well, thanks all.
Thank you. So this is the last call for public comments on this subject. Anybody in person or virtually? I see no hands or blue cards. So now we'll bring the item back for council deliberation and action. And just to let council members know that approving the staff recommendations should also include reading the title of the ordinances and resolutions attached to the report, which you should have in front of you. So are there, let's see, first council questions? Vice Mayor.
Okay, well, several of these are going to be questions that were answered in the Q&A, the written Q&A, but I think it's good to share them with the public. And a couple of them came up in the public comment as well. One is about the room for buskers and the prohibition of essentially having musicians play, you know, like somebody who opens up their guitar and stands and plays their guitar and people drop dollars in. Apparently that is not allowed at the moment, and it would only be allowed if one of the private owners said they could do it on their property. Is that how I understand the current?
Thank you, Vice Mayor, for the question. Dawn Cameron, Public Works Director. So as we did work to clarify in, as you said, the council Q&A, the regulations that you see here are simply related to what's allowed within the outdoor patio areas to be licensed to private businesses, where it is allowed, as we noted, live entertainment as an auxiliary use. It is permitted. It would have to be part of their application when applying for the patio license. This is not regulating what happens outside of these patio license areas in the public right-of-way. The key item that does regulate what happens in the public right-of-way is the city does have a requirement that there be no amplified music, and therefore if somebody did a busker did set up shop and had amplified music that was very loud, they would be basically asked to stop because it's not to have amplified music. And as long as they're not obstructing sidewalks or causing any other problems, there's no specific regulation that says that they cannot operate within the public right-of-way portion of the Castro Pet Mall.
So I just want to clarify, because we've gotten a lot of public comment and questions on this. Everything will, in terms of buskers, it will be the same. The regulations that we're reading about are just about what goes on in the gated areas that are the areas we're talking about under this item. Is that true?
That's correct.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, do you have more questions?
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for that clarification. I really like that answer because it is charming from time to time to just listen to people play their guitars. Or I remember one time there was a guy with a violin. That was nice. But that's different from amplified music. From time to time we have carolers. We wouldn't want them to be. Okay. All right. Then my second question was about how the permitting will work. If you're a merchant and you're coming in to get your permit, what's going to be the experience? How many staff people are you going to have to talk to, and departments you're going to have to go to? Kind of, what's the process going to be from a merchant's point of view?
Thank you, Vice Mayor, for the question. Aruna Boduna, Transportation Planner. City has already put together a downtown team consisting of several staff members, but for the merchant, it would be a one-stop shop. They would be coming to one person to apply for permit, and it would be routed internally in the city staff. So whether they're applying for a public or a private, in the license intake process, we will list out all the items that need to be submitted along with the application form, and they're just making one-time application and one person to reach out to as their initial point of contact. It is on the city staff that's happening internally, the coordination of routing it to different departments for review and approval of that is happening internally, but for merchant vendors, it's just one stop. That's our goal.
No, that's really the way it should be. That sounds great. And I think one of the problems that there always is with this kind of program is the nomenclature, making sure that the Chamber of Commerce is telling people that the merchant should ask for the outdoor patio team, or is that what it is? Or the downtown, what's the name of the team? See, I already didn't get it right.
We'll come up with a nice name. Right now we are calling it as Downtown Outdoor Patio Team.
Okay, because
But we will be posting the actual permit application, the instructions on how to file a permit, and they will basically be told to bring it to or submit it to Public Works.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. All right, and then the cleanliness of downtown has also been mentioned, and we're going to be doing that more frequently, doing the pressure washing more frequently. So could you tell us what's happening now and how that's going to change?
Sure. Thank you for the question again, Aruna Bhatuna. Currently, the downtown cleaning, it has already been ramped up. Now it has doubled. It was happening once a month in the first 3 blocks of Castro during the past few years. It has been increased, the cleaning, the pressure washing has been increased to twice a month. If I'm stating this wrong, John, please correct me. It has been increased in the first 3 blocks because of the extensive use with the outdoor patios. So it's been increased, and beyond the 3 blocks, it's been ramped up to twice a month along sidewalks in Castro and the cross streets.
Oh, good. Okay. So if there's
I'm sorry, if I may just add on. So that's the focus on the sidewalks. But also, as council approval of the mid-year budget that provided additional funding, we're also going to be cleaning the street more frequently. We programmed in for twice a year pressure washing of the street, because with it being used as a walkway and an eating area with all the spills that happen, it's just that's a much more intense process, including having to have furniture and other items moved off the street so that we can do the proper cleaning. So that is planned for twice a year in the street. But along the sidewalks and spot cleaning will occur, as Ms. Bodona said, much more frequently.
That's great. And I assume that if there's a problem, people can just submit something through Ask Mountain View and it will get routed to the proper people. Okay, great. Then the other question I had was about, or a couple more. One is about a group buy for the furniture. Are we going to be, are we working with the Chamber of Commerce perhaps to encourage them to organize that? I know that you said that the city was not organized. Is the Chamber here today? No, they're online. Okay. But I wanted to bring that up as something that I know with respect to, well, you can often get more consistency of looks if you buy the furniture together. And also I would assume that you would get a better price.
Sure. Thanks for your question, Vice Mayor. I'd like to invite our Economic Vitality Manager, John Lang.
Good evening, Mayor, members of Council, Community of Mountain View, John Lang, Economic Vitality. Excuse me, staff hadn't really contemplated the city being in the middle of a procurement process. We're happy to engage the chamber and see if there is a willingness and collaborative spirit there to do a group buy. The other thing we are also looking to solve is allowing businesses to have some flexibility. So this will require them to actually work together. There is a strong knit community in downtown, and we're happy to facilitate that conversation if there's interest. So we're happy to engage in that conversation, but that is something we'd prefer the private sector to solve amongst themselves than the city getting in the middle of handling the group buy on their behalf.
Okay, yeah. Well, I think sometimes, government can be a sort of a facilitator and not actually take care of the nuts and bolts, and that's why I wanted to bring it up. Okay, and then another question I had was, how much revenue do we really expect to get from this outdoor patio fee program? And kind of what's the balance of that with respect to the work involved? Because the downtown is that's a huge, hugely important section of our city for everybody, not just the people who run businesses there.
I just need to. Again, thank you for the question, Vice Mayor. So estimating the amount of revenue is challenging at this point because it's a program we have not yet initiated, and it will be based upon the amount of interest we get, the applications we get, and what size patios they want, because we plan to be flexible and work with the businesses in terms of the sizing of the patios. We have estimated that based upon current use of the right-of-way and what we've already heard from the businesses in terms of their interests, we could have between 40 and 60 businesses participating. We know that the average size is likely to be in the range of about 540 square feet, and we work those numbers out. We could see that the revenue coming in could range between $215,000 and $325,000 a year. We also know that in terms of the effort that it will take and the resources that it has already been taking with Castro Streets, with our need to even ramp up our level of efforts on maintenance and cleaning, we are seeing that it is in the order of $750,000, could even hit $1 million a year in terms of staffing costs, vendor costs, and all the other resources that we will be putting in regularly for the interim Castro pedestrian mall.
Thank you. Okay, and then last one is this isn't really about vacant storefront fees or penalties. This is really about operating businesses. And so I just wanted to confirm that we will be working on the vacant storefront issues. We will be working, but that's not what this one is about.
That is correct. This is just about the outdoor patio areas in the pedestrian mall and, as was mentioned, in the precise plan area along sidewalks in terms of businesses wanting to use those areas.
Yeah. And I bring that up because it's kind of like the potholes. You know, these are the things that we hear people talk about in the community. And so, you know, it's important to check in with staff about it. Thank you so much.
Mayor, if I may, and Councilmember Showalter, I just also want to clarify that we do have a separate team that is working on the vacancies downtown right now. City Manager's office staff in conjunction with City Attorney's office staff. It's also going to be part of the economic vitality strategy that the consultant is working on, where we will be coming back with some ideas and solutions for council to consider. So we know that it is very important and significant as we look at the interim pedestrian mall. And so I just wanted to clarify that we do have a separate internal team that is looking at that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So, Councilmember Abekoga, questions?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just one a follow-up to the Vice Mayor's question. So, here's the estimated revenue of $215,000 to $325,000. I think, did you say the cost is more like $750,000? So, how are we going to make up the difference? What funding do we use for that? Is that the downtown? I forget what we call it. But
to date, we have been using our general fund. A lot of this work is done by staff, mostly community services staff for maintaining the cleanliness and maintenance. Also, street staff comes in regularly, and it's just using our existing funding sources, our general fund.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So, not seeing other council questions, I'll ask some questions. If other council members come up with questions, of course, you can ask after me. So first, a couple questions on things that members of the public were interested in. There were some questions on what we're doing regarding bikes on Castro and bikes to the transit stop. My understanding from being on the Downtown Ad Hoc Committee is that that will be dealt with under our active transportation plan. Can you confirm that that's the place we're going to be talking about that item?
Sure. Thanks, Mayor, for the question. Regarding bicycle travel along Castro, right now, in the pedestrian mall blocks are will be treated as walk your bike zones, but we will be evaluating bicycle facilities in the downtown on those side streets and parallel streets through our current project, which is the active transportation plan that is looking at the citywide and that including downtown areas.
I'll just note, and that is the goal, one of the goals of the active transportation plan is to identify a parallel route, say Hope Street, along those 3 blocks of Castro for bicyclists that want to ride through, for bicyclists that wish to visit the Castro Pedestrian Mall when they do approach the block from a side street that they want to then enter the Ped Mall, they will be asked to walk their bike. We already have added more bike parking, bike racks along the mall, and we plan to add even more to make it very convenient for them to have a place to park their bike while they visit the businesses along the malls.
Thank you. There are many moving parts to improving the downtown, and I just wanted to let members of the public know. I mean, I'm always happy to hear from members of the public, even if it's not the exact place we're going to make the final decision, but I just didn't want people to feel ignored. And then there was a question from a member of the public about whether music has to be over at 8 p.m. That does seem a little early to me. Is that, and I did not catch that when I read it. Is that true?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, that is true, and the reason we timed it for 8 p.m. is it's very consistent with what we have when we had the Thursday night live along Castro, which was ending at 7:30 p.m. So again, we are initiating this as a pilot program, and so we would, right now it does say 8 p.m., and that could be some minor amendment if there is a lot of interest to extend that. But the intent is it's an ancillary, live entertainment is an ancillary permitted use as a pilot activity.
Okay. So, Ms. Cameron, did you have more? You look like you're about to say something.
Well, as Ms. Bodona mentioned, it is a pilot program. One of the things we're going to be watching is to see if there is live entertainment in one patio area. Is it disruptive in any way, shape, or form for an adjacent patio area for the other businesses, or does it blend in well and work well? As we see how that develops, we can make adjustments to this. We can, if we get many requests to go a little later, we can explore that. Part of the action you're being asked to approve tonight would give authority to the Public Works Director to make such amendments to the guidelines without having to keep coming back to council as we see how things develop. I think the other area we're going to always want to be concerned about is while this is Castro Street and has a bit of a nightlife, which we do want to have happen, it is neighborhoods surrounding it. So there is a desire to make sure, I think that it doesn't go too late at night in terms of how it could affect the rest of the neighborhoods around Castro Street.
Okay, and speaking of pilots, my next question is about pilots. So when I was on the Downtown Ad Hoc Committee, there was one of the items people tossed around a little was the idea of merchandise displays, outdoor that merchants can have their merchandise outside, because sometimes that can, frankly, be a mess, and sometimes, but it could be nice as well. So I just want to know the nature of that. I imagine that it's a pilot, but it is a pilot, but maybe you can give some details on how you might want to keep an eye on that and what the follow-up would be.
Right. Right now, there are specific guidelines in the design guidelines of the patio program on what these merchandise displays could look like, and staff will continue to inspect and make sure the businesses are complying with the guidelines. And so we did add some guidelines on what kind of items should be displayed, how it should look. It should be an extension of what they are displaying inside, so not for sale tracks or some attractive displays that actually brings business to downtown. we can amend, if the guidelines are not, if merchants are not staying compliant with the guidelines, we can amend in the future or reevaluate the nature of the pilot for this activity in the future.
Okay, and then my last question is similar to the vice mayor's, and it's about the amount of revenue. Now, the other that we'd be taking in from the patios, licensing, and so forth. Simultaneously, the other thing we're trying to do, in addition to allowing outdoor cafes, is filling vacancies, which I understand is a separate program. But I'm wondering whether it's a separate program that has costs and staff costs, and I wonder if we reduce fees maybe one time, if that makes attracting businesses easier, or is there, how you feel about that, how Mr. Lang would feel about that, or if there's no relation between, do you feel there's no relation between the setup fees for outdoor patios and attracting businesses? In other words, is it easier to attract businesses if the fees are very low for 1 year, for example?
We're going to go ahead and invite Economic Vitality Manager Lang to help respond to that. I'll note that for now, it'll only be, the businesses that will be participating are the ones that are there. And as new businesses come in, that's one of the reasons we want the flexibility, that nothing's permanent, we can move things around, that, we hopefully can offer outdoor patio areas to new businesses as they move in by shifting some things around as needed with the public spaces.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the question. In terms of lowering the rate or adjusting the rate to be more attractive, first and foremost, a business is going to be looking at the actual built space. So that needs to be the most attractive feature. It's an added benefit to actually be out on the street, but first and foremost, does the building conform to the use you need it for? So in talking with other communities, don't envision the $10 a square foot to be an obstacle or an impediment to leasing space. I would like to just footnote, I think it's an important piece of the puzzle here when we talk about allowing space and going through a licensing process, is there are opportunities where people can potentially license space in front of another space. But part of that process is we want people to get approval from a property owner or a business owner that's there. And that is good for a year. So if at some point in time things change, we have the ability to capture back space and use it for those new uses that are coming on. So we've built in some flexibility, to Ms. Cameron's point, some flexibility in this program. So as things change and as the street evolves with different uses, we have the ability to recapture space if that does occur, recognizing there is an ebb and flow to the business cycle and what the attractive space is. So we feel like the $10 a square foot is not necessarily a huge impediment based upon current market rates for actual built space today.
Thank you. So this is a last call for council questions. Any council questions? Okay, now it's time that we can make comments and take action. Are there comments or are people ready to make a motion? So I see a lot going on here. I'll just make a comment myself that given that my questions have been answered and that this is a pilot that we can adjust, I'm comfortable with the staff recommendation. And I see a motion. Councilmember Abekoga, what is your? The comments first? Okay, sure. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So I was on the ad hoc committee for this topic, and I certainly had a lot to say on that committee. And I do appreciate how this program has evolved. I appreciate the changes that have been made in response to not just the committee members, but members of the public, the chamber, and others who have commented. And I'm really happy with where it is right now. I also totally understand, though, that we might want to tweak it, and so I'm very supportive of allowing the Public Works Director to make those changes without coming back to council. But I'm very happy with how it is now, so I'm anxious to get going. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Kamei?
Great, thank you, Mayor. So I'm happy to second the motion. I just wanted to add we were all deciding who was going to press the buttons up here. That's why we were laughing. I just wanted to take note of a couple things, which is first, I just love to thank staff. I know that it's a heavy lift, but for at least me, I'm just thrilled to see the evolution and to see the collaboration. I was really happy to hear from Mr. Katz in public comment. The Chamber has been a wonderful partner, I think, in outreaching with the businesses, and the robust communication plan, I think, is really what's made it successful. People ask me all the time, how were we able to keep Castro closed and kind of evolve to this program we have today? And I say that it was a joint partnership with, our community, our residents, our city council, our staff, and our chamber to make it successful. So I just really want to acknowledge that, because we're always so busy doing the work that we don't always get the opportunity to just talk about what a gem it is. As other cities were doing away with theirs, we've been able to implement it in something that will have longevity. So I'm thrilled about that. Speaking about the robust communications, music on Castro is something we do hear a lot about. And so I would love more communications on the pilot, and maybe the upcoming flexibility in that program, and how people can provide their input, and that we are trying it out after lots of input from them. And then kind of echoing some of the things my colleagues brought up was the flexibility in making sure that it's kind of seamless and successful, but also safety. I think we have people on all types of different modes, and so making sure that it works, especially as the traffic signals have come back on. We got a lot of feedback about that when that happened. But happy to again second the motion, and just want to say thanks again.
Okay, any other council comments? And I just want to second what Councilmember Kamei said. Since it's a pilot program and Public Works can make changes, I'd love to have some feedback, whether it's in the Council Connection or some other forum, on what those changes are, what feedback you've gotten from people, and how the pilot is changing. With that, seeing no more comments, we can vote. Oh, Margaret needs to make the motion first.
Yes, Mayor, I drew the short straw here, I guess. I chimed in too early. And before I do, I also want to say thank you to staff. I joined the ad hoc committee for the last meeting, but by then quite a bit of all of this has been worked out, and I note the extensive number of meetings and outreach that was done to get here. So I think folks are just really excited to make it happen and to see it come into fruition. So I look forward to that, and definitely think it's a work in progress, and I'm sure there'll be some tweaks, and we'll be looking forward to the feedback we get. So with that, I will make the motion. Please bear with me. It's quite extensive. To 1, introduce an ordinance of the City of Mountain View repealing Article 15 of Chapter 36, zoning of the Mountain View City Code to repeal sidewalk cafes in the downtown area, amending Section 36.44.65, development review procedures related to outdoor dining and merchandise displays, and amending other sections of Chapter 36 for consistency and minor amendments, to be read in title only for further reading waived, and set a second reading for May 23rd, 2023, and introduce an ordinance of the City of Mountain View repealing Article 3, Merchant Vendors in Downtown Area of Chapter 15, and adding a new section to Chapter 27, Streets and Sidewalks, to repeal the Sidewalk Cafe and Merchant Vendor provisions and replace them with a new outdoor patio program in the downtown area, and amending Chapter 25, Neighborhood Preservation, Chapter 26, Public Amusements, and Chapter 27, Streets and Sidewalks for consistency, to be read in title only, further reading waived, and set second reading from May 23rd, 2023, and adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View amending the downtown P19 precise plan to add an outdoor activities section authorizing outdoor dining and merchandise displays on private property, repeal and replace Sidewalk Cafe references with outdoor activities, and make other minor amendments, to be read in title only, further reading waived, and adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View adopting the downtown Mountain View outdoor patio standards guidelines and authorizing the Public Works Director to make minor amendments to the standards guidelines, to be read in title only, further reading waived, and adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View amending the City of Mountain View master fee schedule by repealing and replacing Sidewalk Cafe and Merchant Vendor fees with outdoor patio application and rental fees, to be read in title only, further reading waived, and adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View repealing resolution number 18546 and all subsequent amendments thereto, including but not limited to resolution number 18577, 18631, and 18726, which suspended Sidewalk Cafe program requirements and authorized application of the Castro Streets outdoor dining program throughout downtown, effective November 1st, 2023, to be read in title only, further reading waived.
Thank you for reading all that. Now we can vote. Passes unanimously. So now we move on to the new business section of our agenda. The first item is 7.1, which is the American Rescue Plan Act funding for small businesses. Assistant City Manager, Community Development Director Arti Shrivastava and Economic Vitality Manager John Lang will present the item.
Good evening, Mayor, members of Council. John Lang, Economic Vitality Manager. I'm joined by Assistant City Manager and Community Development Director Arti Shrivastava. We have a brief PowerPoint presentation for you this evening, talking about 4 proposals for ARPA funding that Council discussed back on June of last year. The discussion at Council was allocating $500,000 for small business funds. The feedback we got from Council at that point in time was looking to do a program potentially around assisting businesses that were going through Americans with Disability Act lawsuits. Also looking to provide grant funding assistance just for strictly financial assistance. And then also looking to support businesses in the broader Mountain View community. Staff is coming back to you this evening with 4 proposals to break out the funding, and we're going to dive into each one of these independently, but as an overview, the 4 are a facade grant program in total amount of $200,000, an outdoor furnishing grant program of $200,000, a social media training program for $25,000, and a contract amendment with Rethink Disposable for $75,000. All four of these programs do align with different council priorities. Three of them align with the economic vitality strategic priority, and then the Rethink Disposal aligns with the sustainability and climate resiliency. Diving more into detail about the facade matching grant program, staff is proposing to develop a facade grant program in 3 tiers: a $5,000, a $10,000, and a $15,000 tier. The purpose of this is to provide small grants to do small exterior improvements to buildings. This is really an opportunity to get a fresh paint job, potentially a new sign, or replace a door that may not be ADA compliant. This program is envisioned to be very minimal facade improvements, not full exterior facade improvements. The grant tiers are really estimated based upon the type of work, and the approach would be working with small businesses or property owners, identifying what they're looking to do, what tier it falls into, and then working through the city's permit process and doing a grant reimbursement program around that. The second program is a grant program designed to support the replacement of outdoor furnishings from any business that's been operating outside in Mountain View. This would allow for up to $45,000 grants for businesses to replace broken chairs, tables, heaters, umbrellas, anything that had maybe been damaged after being outside for the last 3 years. The third program is to amend the Rethink Disposable agreement. This program is currently in existence in Mountain View. The program provides assistance to food service businesses. They go in, they audit the business, they look for opportunities to take disposable containers that are used for dine-in services and replace those with reusable materials. The classic example is thinking about a plastic cup that you may put condiments in, taken to the table, that gets thrown away. This program goes in, does that audit. They will maybe suggest a ramekin or some other reusable type of device. This reduces the trash stream and meets other sustainability goals of the city. So we're looking to extend this agreement for another year to continue providing those services. And the last program is a $25,000 social media program. This would be done in partnership with the Chamber of Commerce. 2 lessons learned during the pandemic, both for the city as well as via the Chamber. City staff have been doing some analysis on small businesses that utilize social media versus those that don't, and looking at sales tax trends. We have seen that those small businesses that are utilizing social media have had a quicker return or recaptured their lost sales from the pandemic. They're basically back at their pre-pandemic levels. There is a very strong correlation to that. Those that are not playing actively in social media have not seen quite the return. We've also heard anecdotally from the Chamber and the Downtown Business Association that those businesses that are active in social media are also seeing greater crowds and interest in their businesses. So we think this is a great opportunity to partner with the Chamber and implement a toolkit program for small businesses to be educated on the types of social media out there, what are the resources that they need, and what are the social media channels they should be thinking about for their business. So this would be a toolkit that any business can use to help them play better in the world of social media and certainly help accentuate their business and hopefully increase sales. So to conclude, we're proposing 4 different programs that support small businesses. As outlined in front of you and in the memorandum, $200,000 for a facade grant program, $200,000 for a grant program to replace outdoor furnishings, a social media training program, and a contract amendment with Rethink Disposable. We are here to answer any of your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do any members of the council have questions? Councilmember Ramos?
We received the comment in the last comment period, and I think it was a letter from, it was from Mr. Cox. Does it represent Old Mountain View? I wasn't sure, I didn't remember.
I don't know whether maybe he will speak up and tell you the answer because he's still listening virtually. I don't know whether he was representing himself or a group that he belongs to.
But it was asking about adding more assistance to people finding the architects and designers. I think about it in terms of, like when you're doing event planning, and then you get a venue, and then the venue gives you your lists of preferred caterers. Now, in some cases, that those are the caterers that you have to use. In other cases, that's just the caterers that they know the kitchen, they can handle everything, and they just happen to be the ones that venue likes to work with a lot. And it's easier for someone who decides to have an event at that venue, for example. Do we have a level of, because I assume that there have been facade improvements coming before staff before, and there are probably some architects that you see over and over again that just know the process, some that you probably wouldn't put in your favorable bucket. But is that something that could be made available to people who may want to seek to use this program?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Artisha Rostova, Assistant City Manager, Community Development Director. What we do is when somebody typically comes in, they do need a designer, and staff actually is pretty well versed in design requirements. They have a preliminary meeting to meet with the team, but we don't typically give people a list of private architects because I think we don't want to play favorites with certain designers. But what we do is we point people to projects that have moved forward successfully. In the past, there had been a program when we were still a redevelopment agency where the city hired an architect to provide design services. So that was another example. And that probably would have to be done as part of a longer term program. It'd be hard to just do a very short program. It takes a while to get someone on board. So those are two examples of how staff can help or point them to successful projects. But to answer your question, we can't give people a favored list of private architects because that would be a problem for the city.
Councilmember Ramos, that's your last question. Are there additional questions that council members have? Councilmember Matichak.
I just was wondering, we've been working with Rethink Disposable for a while. How's that going?
Thank you for the question. It has been a little bit of a slow uptick. They have been, their original contract called for them reaching out to, if I remember correctly, 50 businesses to engage in this process. They have had some adoption from the local businesses. A big part of it is they do the audits. The audits don't always necessarily result in an opportunity to make the changes. There may be other requirements that are needed to support that, but they do go through a process. They try to educate businesses about what they can do. They do provide recommendations on alternatives. They have made some investments. We think there's a greater opportunity to get, one, more of Mountain View involved in this conversation, but two, it does align with a lot of the city's policy goals, and so we'd really like to continue to push and get the word out, especially as we're looking to reduce waste streams. There is also a goal of trying to reduce the takeout container issue as well. So there's opportunities to also provide gentle guidance along that path as well in doing those audits. So we think there's a win-win synergy there. We would have liked to have had a little bit better uptick under this first go round, but overall I think as a pilot getting launched this past year, it's considered successful.
Is it mostly downtown businesses that have had the audits?
It's throughout Mountain View, so it was not just unique to downtown. So
That's great. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thanks, Mayor. I think that I might have asked this during my briefing on the topic, but for the different programs for the small businesses, we will be able to provide translation services or some of the forms in different languages, at least in Mandarin and Spanish. Okay, I'm seeing a nodding head.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Yeah, I don't remember seeing it in the council report, and so I do think that that would be an important thing to highlight. I think a lot of our small businesses, also like their level of understanding of some of the technology. I know that that's what the social media training program will be too, but hopefully all of the different programmatic elements can be in a variety. Great, thank you for confirming.
So I'll ask a question now, seeing no other questions, although those of you who haven't asked, of course, can follow me. I often do this, I'm not sure whether to make comments or questions, and I've decided I'll phrase this as a question. But I guess I have to start it as a comment. So I've worked, I like these programs a lot, and I won't go into details because this is questions. But the one that I look at most closely is the facade improvement, because I didn't work on it, but I worked alongside one in Oakland. And that was decades ago, and it was it was seminal in making Oakland really, some of the very rundown streets really work. And they were at the time, they were mostly historic buildings. And getting design assistance was very important. Because otherwise you hand people money and they take off the historic features and put in something else and make the whole thing go downhill instead of uphill, even though the city's spending money on the program. And I've followed those programs as they've changed over the decades, and a lot of them have really become not just about historic preservation, but about celebrating the people who are running the business or the people who have lived in the area for over the past 100 years. So a lot of celebration of different immigrant communities. Often the people running the restaurants are great at cooking food, but not very good at telling their story visually on the front facade or in other places. So I agree with Councilmember Ramos's question and Mr. Cox's question. And, when you say staff, I'm wondering if there's a way we can strengthen that, because I've seen, I kind of browsed what different cities are doing because I'm interested in it. And I know the city of Sacramento does, so Ms. Shrivastava, what you say is exactly true. You can't, what I've been told, at least when I worked for San Jose, you can't say, as a staff person, I love this architect, go out and use them. You can get in trouble for doing that. But there are other ways of doing it, and I think you reference them, either your current staff, you pick out current staff who specializes in that, or you hire new staff, and you said that's a longer term thing. Or what Sacramento is doing is they're doing some kind of outreach where you apply to be a consultant. And I could refer you to that if you'd like. And they're not the only ones doing it. They're doing it in like LA and San Francisco and places around the country. So I'm wondering if there's a way that if you have some suggested ways, and whether they would be short-term or long-term, to kind of reinforce the design assistance aspect. Because my experience is when you just hand out money, the people whose facades look the worst don't get much better, because the reason they're the worst is that's not their strength. Design is not their strength.
Thank you, Mayor. All very good points. And I have to say, if we had, maybe I could confer with Mr. Lang, and if the council's interested, we could look at something that we could do within the year that we're hoping to do, you know, kind of complete this program. And we saw this as a pilot, and we were going to do research and look at other programs so that if we were to develop one as part of the economic vitality strategy, I think we would certainly look at the city hiring services. And I did see some of the examples. They hired window dressers, you know, to go out and design and dress windows. So I think we want to look at those programs and look at how successful they've been, maybe talk to some of the cities and come back with a bigger program. For this one, we tried to keep it fairly small in scope because of the timeline. And the proposal was we have in-house staff. We do use the design review committee from time to time, but we don't want them to be a holdup to the process. And so, you know, we have in-house staff who's pretty well versed in design. And the idea was if somebody wanted to apply for a grant program, we'd have the downtown team or the business team meet with the design person and go through the preliminary discussion. So whatever came in would be successful. So that was our proposal for this time around, but we're happy to make any revisions if necessary.
So let me see if I understand. There's a piece of this is a pilot program, in part, I imagine, because of the ARPA funding. And then we'll discuss this more under the heading of economic vitality. Am I understanding that right?
Yes, I mean, one of the program recommendations could be looking at, you know, what's other successful cities have done and developing some kind of a program that would allow maybe the hiring of design services or hiring of certain certain consultants to help. If the city hires, then we can offer the services on a consultant basis. And we wouldn't hire a person full time. The idea would be to have a consultant on hand if necessary, so that we're not spending, you know, time they're not going to use on the particular service. So that's what we were proposing and would propose as part of the broader strategy. We are not currently proposing it, primarily because it takes time to put this together. Probably take a good 6 months to go find people, talk to people, and we didn't want a lot of time to go by. But it certainly could be part of the longer strategy.
Yeah, and I really think the other thing, maybe you said this, I think there are different kinds of design services. There are people who are their background is historic. There are other people who do window displays. I actually have a neighbor who does really good ones. And then there are people who do more like color and design of contemporary buildings. And there are kind of three different specialties. So yes, you would probably want to have various.
We'd certainly want to have someone with some historic background for the historic buildings, and then you know, there might be other citywide buildings where you may not need that kind of architect. So we'd look for more than one kind of design professional to offer those services.
Okay, that sounds good. I guess those are my questions. Oh, you know, I have another question about how signage will be dealt with, because in my opinion, the signage downtown, and I should have read up on this, but there's a lot of light box signs, which are more the kind of sign you see in a strip mall or maybe in a pretty dated strip mall at that, and not the kind of signs that really, you know, walkable streets usually have. Do you have any comments on how we might upgrade that?
I think staff has several ideas, and usually when somebody comes in for facade improvement, you can immediately see the difference when they've gone through the improvements, primarily because staff has kind of reviewed their project and provided input. A lot of what we see were built before some of these sign guidelines went into effect. And you could be sure that anyone who comes in for a facade improvement for signs will get that initial guidance from staff. And we do give people examples of work that's been done. You know, downtown has some very good examples, and the rest of the city. So we're able to we're able to move people into a pretty successful format, especially when it comes with a grant funding. You know, at least we were able to, I think, move the needle a lot further.
Okay, I think I have some comments for later, but those are my questions. So now, now is time, if there are no other questions from council members, now is time for public commentary. If there are people in person who want to comment, please fill out a blue card. And if you're online and want to comment, please raise your hand now. I see no in-person speakers on this item, so we'll go directly to virtual speakers, and they will be first, you will each get 3 minutes, and it will be first Bruce England, then Jesse Cupp, and then Peter Katz.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Bruce England, Lisbon Station Drive. I know I'm talking a lot tonight, but you have a very interesting agenda this time, so can't help it. I have a very short comment on the Rethink Disposable program. So I support additional funding for the Rethink Disposable program in the interest of reducing proliferation of single-use items in food service operations. In addition to providing more options for local businesses, more employee education might be called for. I personally find I still need to request that extra items not be included with my orders to service staff, so some improvement there would be welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I believe it's Peter Katz.
I actually thought it was Jesse next, but that's okay. I'll go. Thank you, Mayor and esteemed members of the City Council.
Yes, are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. You disappeared for a moment.
For some reason, I thought Jesse was supposed to go, but I'll go. Thank you, Mayor and esteemed members of the City Council. This is Peter Katz, CEO of the Chamber of Commerce again. I want to thank the city for using ARPA funds to help our small businesses. This is a thoughtful and necessary infusion that can have a real impact on their ability to recover and to survive. Some quick comments. New outdoor furniture is very costly, so relief in its purchase will be very helpful. And in answer to the question raised by Council Member Showalter on group purchases of furniture, yes, the Chamber will be working with businesses to do this. As John Lang pointed out, social media has proven to be a cost-effective method for small businesses to increase awareness and sales, and yet too many of our owners and managers are not proficient or just lack the bandwidth to take full advantage. The Chamber has been working closely with the city on tools and resources that should help. So again, this funding is exciting. With regards to facade dollars, this too is important and exciting, but we simply ask that the city be broad enough in its definition so that vital repairs that may or may not be cosmetic, but are critical to being a street-facing storefront. And I mean things like the installation of ADA compliant ramps or widening of doorways, things like that, that these items also be allowed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now Jesse Cupp.
Hello again. I also want to thank you for getting this funding. I think it's going to be great for our downtown businesses. And I also have a couple comments and suggestions. I wanted to kind of echo what Mayor Hicks said earlier about allowing these funds to be used for window displays, hiring designers, or even local artists to put up murals. I have two businesses that have come to me with a desire to put up murals, and it can be cost prohibitive. So if this funding were allowed to be spent on that kind of thing for the pilot program, I think we would see some good results and help to beautify our city. It also makes sense that the funding should be able to be used for necessary repairs and ADA compliance, as Peter Katz mentioned. So yeah, whether it's a small fix that just really needs to be done, or someone's dreaming big and they want a big, beautiful storefront, or they want a mural, I think flexibility is important. And thank you for going after this funding.
Thank you. So this is the last chance for public comment. And seeing no more public comment, I will bring it back to council for comments and action. Vice Mayor?
Sorry, turn on my mic, just like unmuting. I'd like to concur with what many of the council members said sort of in their questions about supporting having real assistance, design assistance for the merchants. Very helpful. I don't know where that is. And the other thing I wanted to bring up was related to the social media. I wondered if we could encourage people to, or we might want to partner with the High School Freestyle Academy program. That is a 2-year design program in Mountain View High School. There could be also something at Los Altos. I honestly don't know, but the Freestyle Academy is teaching kids how to do graphics, and they're really quite good at web design and Facebook ads and all that sort of thing. And I think it could be a nice synergy between downtown merchants and the social media assistance. So I just wanted to bring that up as a comment and a suggestion.
Thank you. Are there more comments and suggestions? So I'll make another comment. Yeah, I was reminded by Mr. Cupp's comments that I hadn't brought up murals or interfacing with the Visual Arts Committee in any way, which I think might be helpful. Again, somebody may want something on their wall, but need it's like needing a designer, needing an artist or a painter. Has there been any thought along those lines?
Well, I don't think we specifically contemplated murals as part of the facade program, but I know the VSC has talked about.
It says it in our staff report.
Right. I mean, as in having the VAC review it. I think the idea was right. The VAC is supportive of the program, but if we do murals, it will go through the staff level review. So I think the idea is it could be allowed, and the city could potentially pay for it. But we would just review it for, if it's a historic building, we want to make sure, for example, that it fits in with the character, if it's a different kind of building. So we would go through our typical staff review process for a facade improvement. We haven't typically encouraged it, but the VAC has wanted to see more of this, so we wanted to make sure it was part of the program.
Good. I've heard a lot more people than just the VAC wanting murals, so that's good. So again, I'll ask whether there are other comments, and if not, maybe I'll make one more. Okay. So I see a motion and a second, and I'm wondering whether I can sum up, like my summary of what I've heard is that people have mostly gone along with the staff recommendation, but wanted to encourage any possible way that there could be design assistance on a number of different elements, including with murals, with historic assistance, and with other things like color, material assistance, signage, placemaking, storytelling, those kinds of things. Does that sound right?
Sorry, if I could just have you rephrase the question. We did hear a lot of this, and if the council's interested, we could certainly follow up for a portion of the budget to be spent on that.
That's what I would like. Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Ramirez. Oh, and a comment by Councilmember Matichak.
Yeah, I wanted to clarify that. I thought that staff had said that they could explore all of those things, but that would be like a phase 2 as opposed to this initial phase. So I would prefer to keep the motion, just the staff recommendation, without additions, because I think that's phase 2.
To confirm, staff's recommendation was to explore it as part of a future item and use this pilot program as examples and to give us some time to research. But we're open if the council wanted to make any changes.
I actually have one question about a change, which is window displays were not in there at all, and often some of them are pretty bleak and they can be pretty inexpensive to have somebody do them for you. I'd like to, well, maybe I need to wait for the motion, but when the motion is made, I'd like to add window displays as a friendly amendment, unless you're adding that already. So the motion, Councilmember Ramirez?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to move the staff recommendation. It's a these are not large dollar figures. And that's I think maybe what would be helpful is if we're adding window displays, which tier would you recommend that it fall under? Yeah, but that would affect the maximum grant that the business would be eligible for. So if we're adding, my preference would be have staff evaluate modifications as we go through this program. And then we can make modifications as recommended by staff. But if there is majority support for including a new type of improvement, then we would have to specify which tier it would fall under, because there's a maximum amount of funding based on the improvements that are proposed. Yeah, it would be tier 1. With the consent of the seconder, I'm happy to add window display as a tier 1 improvement, which has a maximum grant of $5,000 associated.
Oh, he's asking whether you accept that.
Yeah. I was just looking to you if it was okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think I support that amendment. I would think it would just be, after sign removal, comma, window display. That's how I would see the change. I wouldn't see it as anything more substantive, and people can kind of, I would see it as like a menu. People can pick and choose what they'd like within that tier, or they could choose the whole thing, right, if it falls within that budget. So I'm comfortable. Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second, and now we can vote. Passes unanimously. We now move on to item 7.2, which is the American Rescue Plan Act funding for workforce development. Spanish translation services are available for this item via Zoom. We'll now hear from our interpreter.
Buenas tardes a todos. Vamos a seguir con el artículo 7.2, que es el financiamiento de la ley del Plan de Rescate estadounidense para el desarrollo de la fuerza laboral, y habrá traducción al español. Si es que ocupa traducción, por favor seleccione el globo al inferior de su pantalla y seleccione español. Gracias.
Thank you. Now, Principal Management Analyst Laurel James will present the item.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Good evening.
This evening I'll be presenting staff recommendations for American Rescue Plan Act funding for workforce development. At the adoption of the fiscal year 2022 through 23 budget, Council directed staff to allocate $500,000 in ARPA funding for workforce development and to follow up with organizations who reached out to the city and return with funding recommendations to program that funding. In the direction, Council indicated preference to leverage or expand existing programs and capacity in order to maximize the impact of the one-time funding, to seek out programs that support the strategic priorities and the programs that staff has recommended support community for all and economic vitality goals that the Council has, as well as support new and existing partnerships between organizations in the funding recommendations. And then finally, Council also directed staff to make recommendations for organizations and programs that have a focus on serving Mountain View residents. I'm going to briefly summarize the funding recommendations that are detailed in the staff report next. First, city staff recommends allocating $169,075 of the ARPA funding to city programs that are run by the library. They include Universal Class, which is an online course catalog of over 550 offerings. BrainFuse's Job Now, a web-based career resource that includes live coaching. And the Career Online High School program, Scholarships and Stipends. This funding request would fund 5 scholarships, which would be matched by the state for a total of 10, and stipends for those 10 participants to complete the program. Additionally, staff recommends funding partnership programs with other community-based organizations and agencies, including Working Partnerships USA's Trades Orientation Program, which provides a pre-apprenticeship program, and this particular funding recommendation would cover 10 Mountain View residents for reserve spots. Additionally, staff recommends funding the Mountain View Los Altos Union High School District and Mountain View Wisman School District proposal for a cross-generational literacy program that would train high school students to be literacy tutors for pre-K through 8th grade students, while their parents and community adults received training programs as well during school breaks and on weekends. Additionally, staff recommends funding Foothill College's Career Exploration Day, which would be an opportunity for participants to explore careers and pre-apprenticeship programs in the trades for enrollment in those pre-apprenticeship programs with scholarships following the event, as well as the Child Care Provider Career Development Program, which would provide workshops and scholarships in early care and child development for nannies in the Mountain View community. Additionally, the recommendation includes funding for NovaWorks Whole Person Initiative, which is a job training initiative that includes supportive wraparound services, Los Altos Mountain View Community Foundation, and Reach SV's Mompreneur program, which provides training and skills development for home kitchen microenterprise, and the Day Worker Center's Gardener Skills, Basic Tech, and Bike Repair and Maintenance training courses for a total of $426,900. The recommendations oversubscribe that $500,000 in one-time funding, and staff recommends making an additional appropriation of one-time funding to fully fund all of the requests at $95,975. So in summary, the staff recommendation is on the slide, again, to allocate $169,075 in the ARPA funding to library workforce development programs, and then award $426,900 in that one-time funding and the augmented funding to community partnership programs, which would include an appropriation of $95,975 from the general non-operating fund. So with that, I would be happy to take your questions, and thank you.
Thank you. Do any members of council have questions? Councilmember Ramos.
This is a quick one, actually more toward the city manager. I was looking through the questions from the pre-question packet. On question number 4, it asked about how the Mompreneur program is seeking matching funds, and that they will be on the agenda tomorrow for the Board of Supervisors. If we do pass the funding for that program, is it possible for us to throw in a quick note to the Board of Supervisors showing our support for that matching fund?
Thank you, Councilmember Ramos. That's a great idea. I think we can arrange to have city manager staff send something over and have the mayor's signature on it tomorrow.
Thank you.
Other council questions? Okay, if not, it's time to take comments from members of the public. And we will take comments from those in person first. So if you're here in person and you want to speak, please make out a blue card now. Some people have already done that. So first we have Jose Cabrera. Jose?
Mayor, how much time did you want to allocate?
Oh, we'll do 1.5 minutes.
I'll probably be quicker. Okay. So, good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and staff. My name is Jose Cabrera. I'm one of the members of Carpenters Local 405. I've been a member for 28 years. And I'm here simply just to say thank you for supporting the Trades Organization Program, better known as STOP program. Your support is really going to help out a lot of folks. And we hope that this support continues throughout the years. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have, I'm sorry, I think it's Louise Auerhahn.
Thank you, Mayor, Council members. Louise Auerhahn with Working Partnerships. And I just want to thank the city for advancing this item and urge your support for the staff recommendation. The Trades Orientation Program that Working Partnerships leads, we call it TOP, the TOP program. It's one of those that's recommended for funding. And we're really excited for the opportunity to deepen our outreach and relationships with Mountain View communities. So why is this important? As you all know, one of the biggest long-term challenges facing many of our community members is access to livable wage, family-supporting careers. The registered apprenticeship system in construction in California can provide those careers. It's an amazing opportunity to get into a union construction job. But it's very challenging if you don't have family or know someone to get in. There are, just in our area, there are over 24 different construction trades. Each one has their own apprenticeship with different state standards, different requirements, different methods to get in. It's like if you were applying for college, but there was no college counselors, no college prep, no college guides. It's very difficult to navigate on your own. And that's where TOP comes in. It's something that was developed by us, the unions, and the industry to really provide that missing link. So we're excited for the opportunity to really do deep outreach in Mountain View to bring more residents into our program and really hoping to be able to work with all these other great organizations too. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Root.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Councilors. I'm here today, I'm a resident of Redwood City, but I'm here today as a board member of TIFIN, the Institute for Families and Nannies. I commend you on your interest in reducing the disparities between different people here in Silicon Valley, and appreciate you supporting both the economic development and the workforce development initiatives, and hope that both of them pass. TIFIN has been expanding into Silicon Valley. Many people think that nannies are only for wealthy people. However, that's not true. And with the need for additional childcare, then we are looking for all different types of ways to support families and to take nannies out of the gray economy. TIFIN has found a wonderful partner with Foothill College. We have already had authorized a program at Foothill College that takes the nanny, gives them credits, allows them to move on to other levels of education, and who knows where these folks will go once they become certified.
Thank you very much. The time goes by fast, sorry.
Okay, that's okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Jedit Centeno Vasquez. I think I mispronounced your name. Maybe you can say it right.
That's right. I don't speak too much English, but I'm trying to speak myself. My name is Jedit Centeno Vasquez. I've been here in the United States for 27 years and living in Mountain View for the last 12 years. I am studying at the ANSA College, so doing graphic design. Because of the pandemic, it's getting so hard for my family. My husband couldn't work well because he has to had an operation. So I started a small business on my own. It's doing crafts, like doing bows for girls. Right now I'm working all about graduations, like stalls, like the colors. I don't know how to call them, but I'm trying to get money to help my family. And also I have two younger kids, both are in the college too. I'm just trying to get myself in college to get some career. I almost finished college, 7 classes more to get graduation. And it's kind of been difficult. I having 5 years in college because my English is not perfect, because I have a lot of things passed on my families. Now I'm just gonna get some help for commerce. You know, I will speak in Spanish, because I don't know. Quiero saber de lugares donde yo pueda ir a vender mis productos con la ayuda de la comunidad.
I'm going to translate for her. She would like to also just put her out, services and whatever she needs out there in the community.
Can you step a little closer to the microphone?
Better? Okay. She was to offer her service out to the community, and the community can also help her, or vice versa. So she's really appreciated to be here tonight.
Thank you.
I don't know if I can show something very quick with the
So your time is up now,
okay.
but I'll try to think of a way you can show something.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
So Reach, we brought a translator for the City Council so that all the women that prefer to speak in Spanish, we speak in Spanish and provide translation to you. That's okay. Perfect. Okay, good.
Okay. So next is Amada Bautista. Okay, we'll come back to her. Malia Pires.
Good evening, Mayor Hicks and Vice Mayor Showalter and City Council of Mountain View. My name is Malia Pires, and it's an honor to be here this evening to stand before you as a 17-year resident of the City of Mountain View, and then also as the Executive Director of Reach SV, which was formerly Reach Potential Movement. And as an organization, we have been investing in the City of Mountain View for over 15 years. And right here in the city, we are a team of 9 women and 2 men from 4 different nations and speak 4 different languages. And we are passionate about equipping individuals. And it all started for us as a heart for Castro Elementary, and it quickly evolved into a heart for Mountain View. With an emphasis on Title I schools and academic insecurity. The population we historically and currently serve is low-income Spanish-speaking households, whether that's at the Castro Mistral Latham campus, where we just hosted our Dia de los Niños event, and over 1,000 community members came together, or distributing groceries at the Caltega apartments. We have a rich history in asking, how can we help? And resoundingly during the pandemic to current, women are asking, how can we sell our food? We need jobs. We want to work. And they're here. They're here to tell you about what they'd like to do. And I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to take Sandra Esparza and then look for Amada Bautista again.
Good evening, Mayor and Council Vice Mayors and everybody. And I'm glad to see you again after COVID and back to work in the community. As you know, all the single mothers, I personally know each other, and I've been working with Rich Potential. I'm part of the Cafecito con Aroma de Justicia, and I know how hard they work because me, myself, and more of the community members were helping to get some money during the COVID time. What do? They sewing clothes, they selling tamales, they selling pupusas. Like many of the city, you are trying their delicious food. You try the tamales, you try the pozole, you try everything. And thank you so much for supporting there. And because I have you emails, and when they selling food, you guys purchase, so which is great. But they want more. They want education. They want to be successful, to helping their kids, to being like the other member of the community say that she wants to finish her school, finish college, and I am working in the district. I keep working so hard, and the same as we really want you to please approve this funding so we can have more education in our community, and they're willing to working so hard, and they're willing to cooperate more in the community, and the most important, they are with diversity. And thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you. Now, is Amada Bautista back?
Buenas noches a cada uno de ustedes.
Good afternoon to everyone.
Okay, mi nombre es Amada Bautista y estoy aquí para pedir si ustedes pueden apoyarnos con los recursos necesarios para poder tener un futuro mejor en nuestra familia, para la familia. Yo soy madre soltera, tengo 2 niños con discapacidades, pero aquí estoy. Yo trabajo duro, limpio casas, ayudo a limpiar casas, y si hay un recurso, si hay apoyo, para mí sería muy fácil, más fácil, poder estar más tiempo con ellos, poderlos ayudar más con sus necesidades especiales y no exponerlos a ellos estar con babysitters o con otras familias que no soy yo su mamá. Entonces, se los agradecería a cada uno de ustedes si tuvieran en cuenta para las familias que necesitamos este gran apoyo, que sí nos pueden ayudar y apoyar. Muchas gracias.
So her name is Ms. Bautista, and she's a single mom with two students that are disabled. And she would just like to have the community here, and she would like us, if you guys could support her in any way possible. She wants to work by herself, her own management, and it would really benefit her children because childcare is very expensive, and this is a way for her to save and just to be around her children 24/7. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, Angela Contreras.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Ángela Contreras, tengo 23 años viviendo en Mountain View y estoy empezando a hacer un negocio que quisiera hacer públicamente más desarrollado, porque tuve un accidente en mi trabajo y ya no pude seguir trabajando, y luego lo de la pandemia. Entonces necesito generar más dinero si cuento con la ayuda de ustedes. Muchas gracias.
¿Su nombre otra vez?
Mi nombre es Ángela Contreras.
Her name is Angela Contreras, and she has been living in Mountain View for 23 years. And during COVID, or before COVID, she got injured in her job, and then COVID happened, and now she's focused on her own business, and she would like to just pursue her business now, and she's really excited to continue this journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now Gloria Arias.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Gloria Arias, tengo 40 años, 23 años viviendo en Mountain View y estoy esperando una oportunidad para tener mi propio negocio. Me gustaría que nos apoyaran en este fondo, que nos apoyen para poder tener una vida mejor. Soy madre de 4 hijos, tengo mis 2 niñas pequeñas, son 7 y 5 años, entonces es muy difícil para mí salir a trabajar lejos de casa. Gloria Arias.
Her name is Gloria Arias, and she has 4 children. She's been living in Mountain View for 23 years. She is 40 years old, and she's so excited to start her new business, if that's possible. So thank you for everything for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Diana Pinto.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Diana Pinto y al igual que mis compañeros, estoy aquí para que ustedes nos den el apoyo. Igual que ellos, yo también quisiera algún día tener mi propio negocio. Yo soy madre de 3 niños y también me gustaría, en vez de salir a trabajar afuera, me gustaría compartir más tiempo con mis niños y espero que nos den esa oportunidad a mí y a todas estas personas que estamos aquí. Gracias.
Her name is Diana Pinto. She's excited to be here. Also 23 years here and living in Mountain View. She has 3 kids, and it would be a pleasure for her to work at home and run her own business so she can spend more time with her children. She's very happy, and it would be a wonderful thing for her and her community members. So she's very blessed and happy to be here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Helen Alaya.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Helen Ayala, tengo 44 años de edad, tengo 20 años viviendo acá en Mountain View. Viví un año en Sunnyvale, pero me gustó más la ciudad de Mountain View. Tengo 3 hijas ya adolescentes, tengo 2 en la Mountain View High School y una que va a terminar el 8º en Grand. Y me gustaría que nos apoyaran, por favor. Yo vendo pupusas, sé hacer pupusas, me reconoce varias personas de la comunidad, ya que he ayudado en las escuelas a vender para recaudar fondos para la escuela de Mistral, y antes era Castro cuando estaban mis hijas ahí. Y me gustaría si nos hicieran el gran favor de ayudarnos para salir un poquito adelante, y a todas las personas que lo que queremos es tener un futuro mejor para nuestros hijos acá. Gracias.
Her name is Helen Ayala, and she's really excited to be here. Also 20 years living in Mountain View. She was living 1 year in Sunnyvale. She decided to move to Mountain View because she liked it here better. And she's excited here to be here tonight. She has 3 kids. They're more teenagers age. They went to Castro, and now they're at Grant. ¿Y la otra escuela? Mountain View High School, and she just wants to be spending more time with her teenager daughters right now, and she's a pleasure to be here. And she also wants to involve her community members to be in the same program as her. The only reason she wants to continue on with this dream is because she wants a better future for her teenage girls. And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Duye Refugio, and please correct any names I mispronounce.
Sí, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Dulce Refugio. Llevo 20 años viviendo en Mountain View. Es una zona tranquila y, como todos saben, una zona muy cara, el cual también, pues, a partir de que pues todo subió, mi esposo y yo emprendimos un negocio, el cual se requiere pues el permiso, el dinero para seguir con este negocio, ¿verdad? Tengo 3 hijos y pues uno tiene que salir a buscar para estar al día con la renta, los biles, ya que con el trabajo que teníamos no nos cubría los gastos. Ojalá nos puedan apoyar a todas las personas que estamos aquí. Gracias.
¿Cómo se llama? Dulce Refugio. Her name is Dulce Refugio, and she's really excited to be here tonight. She also lived in Mountain View for many years. During COVID times, it was really hard for her and her family, so they decided to start a small business, and it's been beautiful. So they continue on, and this is a great opportunity for her family. As you guys know, Mountain View is highly priced, as she was mentioning, and all the bills and everything accumulated. So it's been hard for them, and she also just wants to continue on, and also with her community members as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Now, Angela Gabriel.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Angélica Gabriel. Gracias por escucharnos. Lo que venimos aquí a apoyar a este, ¿cómo se dice? A este proyecto para que haya fondos, para que nos puedan ayudar a nosotros a obtener un permiso para vender nuestra comida. Porque en tiempo de pandemia se terminó el trabajo, mi esposo se quedó sin trabajo y es por eso que nos vimos obligados a ver otras consecuencias para poder soportar dinero, para pagar nuestras necesidades, nuestros biles. Y a eso estamos aquí. Muchas gracias, que nos apoyen. Gracias.
Her name is Angeles, and she's really excited to be here tonight. Also, thank you for your time. And she just was mentioning how COVID was really hard. Her husband lost her job, so they had to think about different other parts or other ideas of how to accumulate money to their household. It's been a challenging way, and with this opportunity, it would be awesome for her and her family just to continue and to stay living in Mountain View. So thank you for tonight.
Thank you. Now we have Amadeni Guzman Mordler.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Good evening. My name is Amadeni Guzman, and I have been part of REACH for more than 11
Buenas
years.
tardes, mi nombre es Amademi Guzmán y he sido parte de REACH.
As a combination of volunteer work, internship, and a staff.
He hecho una combinación de trabajo.
I'm not sure. Do we have a technical glitch? Or she's translating it into Spanish. Yeah.
Okay. As a program coordinator, I have been seen as grown. It's been a pleasure to be here and just joining these beautiful mamas, these wonderful moms who come for us for service, and now they express their life stories with us. I remember when food and youth got together for the first time, and that was at the Youth County School, which was Terabella, which is now the CAA Overflow offices in Linda Vista. And now we are here trying to have a little cocinita, which is also a small kitchen for our working moms, to provide them with hope, a time to recover, confidence, and also to be unafraid. Just thank you, and thank you for being here today with us. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Rubadiah Ayala.
Muy buenas noches, que el Señor les bendiga a todos. Mi nombre es Rubí de Ayala, tengo 30 años viviendo aquí en Mountain View. Estoy aquí para apoyar a todas mis amigas, ¿verdad? Que sea posible ese proyecto que están discutiendo en esta noche acá, ¿verdad? Pues yo necesito ayuda de una persona que está acá, que ha venido ahora en esta noche acá, ¿verdad? Ella me está apoyando mucho. Porque yo vivía aquí, luego por problemas de la pandemia tuve que irme por unos 2 años a Los Ángeles, pero ya regresé otra vez acá porque esta es mi ciudad donde yo he vivido toda la vida, ¿verdad? Y he regresado, y esta persona que está aquí en esta noche pidiendo ese apoyo, porque ella necesita de que sea posible ese proyecto que está en discusión en esta noche, ¿verdad? Entonces yo estoy aquí para apoyarla y primeramente Dios, pues que esto se lleve, ¿verdad?, a cabo, este proyecto, ¿verdad?, para que todos tengamos la ayuda que necesitamos, ¿verdad? Y que el Señor los bendiga a todos. Gracias.
Her name is Ruby, and she's really excited to be here today. Bless you all. She has been living in LA, Los Angeles, for the past 2 years, but she decided to move back because Mountain View is her city, and she came back powerful more than ever, and she's excited to take on whatever is the next project, and she's here, and she just wants her friends and herself to just continue on with this project. So she's really excited and to follow along what the following steps are, and she's ready to go. And God bless you all.
Thank you so much. Hector Sanchez?
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Héctor Sánchez de la Rosa. Yo vengo a exponer mis cosas que nosotros vendemos comida, yo y mi esposa, y a veces hemos tenido problemas con la gente más que nada los encargados de las construcciones no nos dejan vender porque no tenemos ningún permiso para vender nuestro producto y tenemos que andar de calle en calle ofreciendo el producto, tener un permiso que ustedes nos puedan otorgar para seguir trabajando tranquilamente y no tener problemas con los mayordomos más que nada. Yo creo que con un permiso que si se pudiera que nos dieran, podríamos estar más tranquilos y vienen muchas personas de otros lados y traen sus permisos y ellos vienen de San José, de otros lados y les dan a ellos la preferencia que a nosotros. Nosotros vivimos aquí en Mountain View, llevamos 20 años y nunca tenemos problemas, pero con esto de la pandemia también se acabó el trabajo y se cerró una compañía donde trabajaba yo. Por eso casualmente nosotros, yo y mi esposa, tuvimos que abrirnos camino y vender nuestro producto en la calle. Muchas gracias, Héctor Sánchez de la Rosa.
His name is Hector, and his wife had been working hard during COVID times as well. He lost his job during COVID, so he had to be mindful and just open-minded about what other jobs could he continue to provide for his family. And so this new project arose, and he's really excited to continue on with his wife and he said partner in crime, just to continue on. They've been trying to sell food at local construction sites, but they have been dislocated just because no proof of permissions or just he was not there yet, but he's here now and he wants to continue on, get all his paperwork filing up and ready to go. He's kind of upset how other cities are able to come here and sell their product, but he's a resident here for more than 20 years and he cannot. So he's a little not so happy about that part, but he's ready to carry on for the next project. And thank you.
Thank you. This one I'm going to mispronounce. Solange Cavalcante.
Good evening. Yes, my name is Solange Cavalcante, and I am staff with member as employee with Reach Silicon Valley, and I'm here to support this project as I work with the community directly, and we support all the moms, and sometimes we do events with them to help them to sell and advertise their business. So, also I'm working in Mountain View with Alexander Patseri. I'm a pastry chef, so always working and helping the community. So, and I know how important it is. That's why we're here to support their families, those families in our community. It's a great project to, and will impact our community as we will impact and help giving dignity to those families and kids. And it's a great impact for the whole community. That's I really trust and believe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now it's Rosa Arellano.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Rosa Arellano y estoy aquí también para apoyar la propuesta que Rich ha traído a esta mesa para tomar en consideración y que las mamás que están aquí puedan continuar con ese sueño de tener su propio negocio. Y no nada más las que están aquí, sino muchas que no pudieron venir. Y también hay mamás que hemos conocido que están en los RVs, que también quisieran tener su pequeño negocio también para poder salir adelante en esta crisis que hemos tenido después del COVID. Entonces, les agradecería mucho que consideraran este nuevo proyecto que Rich ha traído a esta noche. Muchas gracias.
Her name is Rosa, and she belongs to This is Rosa, and she belongs to the Reach Potential staff, and she's really excited to be here tonight, just to be aware and just to know you that she's here to support all the families and moms that couldn't make it tonight, and also the moms from the RVs that are located, and they also are wanting to continue with this project. She's really excited to be here tonight and just to provide just a support, and she's really dedicated to those moms as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So I now see no more in-person speakers. Are there any more in-person speakers? Okay, so now it's time for virtual speakers. Please, if you want to speak virtually, raise your hand. And I see Jesse Cupp.
Hey, it was really great hearing all this public commentary from all of our working parents who are working hard on their small businesses. I think it's great to see these kind of micro businesses like food carts and food stands. Food trucks have more opportunities, so I hope we can continue to support that and give them resources such as ghost kitchens or commercial kitchens that they can apply for space in and use. I totally support this Reach SV, is it? And all the other programs mentioned. There's just a lot of cool programs that I didn't know about. So I hope this passes. It sounds like it's going to pass. But I also want to say that I think this is something that we can do to help these micro businesses immediately, like right now, but in the more medium term, I think the city should consider what's the next step up for these businesses. If someone starts out as a food cart or a tiny business like that, then I think we need to have stepping stones in place and support so that they can go from carts to truck and from truck to maybe a food hall, like a cafeteria style thing with low rent where they can try their hand at growing their business. And those resources could really help these micro businesses become small businesses, become bigger over time. So thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you. Now we have Reina Dominguez.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm here to see if you can support this project, the Ritual Potential bring to the community. These leaders, Malia and Sandra, we can see all those needs for these families to have the license they can sell their products and food and their houses. And it sounds like it's a good idea that they can take the classes and get the license, and then it's going to be more safe for the families who's going to sell and for the people who's going to buy their products. And I know many families sell their foods on their houses, and also whenever we need their help too, like when we have any events like a school event or at the city events, these families never says, no, I cannot help you, or no, I cannot bring our stuff. They always bring their own stuff for free to share with the community. So I hope you can support this great idea from this project for all those families who in need. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this point, I see no more public speakers. So we will now move into bring the item back for council deliberation and action. I see Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to acknowledge and thank the members of the community who participated in this meeting tonight and provided some input. It's encouraging to know that there is a lot of enthusiasm in the community for all of these workforce development programs, and that many will partake and benefit from them. And I think it comes out of a recognition by the council and the city that we did a lot of good work with the first installment of ARPA funds, providing immediate relief to many families who were hit hard by the pandemic and lost income, lost their jobs, and were not able to pay rent. And so that first installment, I think, was powerful in helping people remain housed and remain in our community, and also supporting our business community and making sure that, when we emerge from the pandemic, there would be jobs available to our community. But I think we also recognize that that money is not infinite, and that eventually we would exhaust the funding that we've allocated for rent relief and direct financial assistance. And what's really attractive and powerful about workforce development is that we're helping people get access to the education that they will need to make a living for the rest of their lives. It's not just a one-time check, that's great for a month, but if you're not able to get a job that you need to remain in our community, that check is only going to go so far. So I'm really excited to explore something that is new to our city, and that's providing a substantial investment in a variety of programs, some city-sponsored programs, but also programs that are offered by some new and existing nonprofit partners. And I also want to thank the staff for doing a tremendous job reaching out and identifying potential partners that we can work with. It's really a testament to your work that you found so many and have, I think, come forward with a robust set of programs that provide different opportunities to different segments of the population. So it's all very exciting. A lot of great work tonight. This is it's a rare meeting where I think every item that has come before us has been very encouraging and positive. So having said that, I'll move the staff recommendation, including adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View appropriating and increasing expenditures by $95,975 in the general non-operating fund for workforce development and job training programs. 2, authorizing the city manager or designee to negotiate and execute a professional services agreement with Working Partnerships USA to provide the trades orientation program to Mountain View residents in an amount not to exceed $100,000. And 3, authorizing execution of other related agreements as necessary for the disbursement of the funding to be read in title only, for the reading waived.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Councilmember Ramirez and a second by the Vice Mayor. We also have comments. Councilmember Abekoga.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Ramirez said it very eloquently in terms of our ARPA funding, and just looking back at what we went through with COVID, as mentioned, the interest I remember was about trying to get direct assistance as quickly as possible to our residents and businesses, but then realizing that COVID lasted much longer than I think we all planned or expected. One is we're fortunate that we had the second installment. 2, I want to just acknowledge that it's really because we, as a city, have been in a financially strong position that we were able to use these funds not to necessarily have to backfill our city's services and programs, which other cities admittedly have had to do, but we were able to use this really to get it back out to the community and assist our community members. So, I'm very grateful for that. And just like the earlier item with the businesses assistance, this I think is a much needed way of trying to, as Councilmember mentioned, not make it a one-time assistance, but something further lasting. And so, and I want to actually thank you, Councilmember members, because I know we talked about this within our Brown Act rules, but it was your interest in this that inspired me to support this as well. So, and I just want to thank the community partners for coming forward. I do remember I mentioned it somewhere and that we were going to do this, and there was just like the eyes lit up. And so there was, obviously a lot of great interest, and I appreciate staff's work. I'm really pleased at the diversity of partnerships that we have, and to be able to offer a variety of workforce development options is really significant. I think about, and we saw it during COVID, but just in general, where we live here, the heart of Silicon Valley, I see it with my girls and me too. If I realized if you're not necessarily a STEM person or a techie, it can be very challenging to make a living or to have options or to have opportunities. And so I appreciate that we were able to find partners that do provide different types of job opportunities, whether it's with the trades. Thank you to our working partnerships and our carpenters union, the colleges. And then I really am very excited about the mompreneurs. I actually was thinking about my mom. She had her own micro business. Both my parents had limited English skills, and so she sold Japanese food goods as I was growing up. And then my dad was had his own gardening business, and so I think it's hard work to run a small business. I did that for myself for a little while too, but it can be very exciting, and so I appreciate that entrepreneurship spirit, and I'm very pleased to be able to support that, especially for our moms and to be able to empower more women. So with that, I'm very excited to support this initiative. Thank you.
Councilmember Ramos.
So as someone who ate plenty of those pupusas and tamales during the pandemic, because I don't cook, I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I'm glad that there was an opportunity out there for people. I do recognize a few of you. Thank you, Sandra and Malia, for your leadership and it's now Reach SV. But during the pandemic, there were many people who just seeked help, and many people here were digging in to help each other in the community as they were trying to find ways for rent assistance and food assistance and all these things for the community. So I'm glad that you're finding ways to build essentially like careers out of it, which is wonderful. I was looking at some of the they're not really grants, but allocations going out, and I recognized one of them, NovaWorks. Several years ago, I was a UZ of NovaWorks. Several years ago, I was laid off of a job that after 7 years working there, and it's very interesting when you identify your life around your job and then you lose it. And then that you're able to kind of get over. But because you're here in Mountain View, in Silicon Valley, where there's so much opportunity, right? And then as time went on, you realize that sometimes, even though you can see that opportunity, there could be something missing that prevents you from getting that opportunity. And that is true for so many residents in our community. And it makes me so proud that we're taking steps to build that bridge to those opportunities that we can see so easily in our community, yet it's so inaccessible to many. So it's one of the strange things when you're new on council. So much of the work has done before you even arrive, and so when we finally do like that stamp of approval, you kind of get credit for it. But I really want to thank my colleagues for really pushing for this and building ahead these kinds of programs and this opportunity for our community. It makes all of us look good, even though I didn't really do much toward this opportunity. And thank you to staff for your work, and thank you to the community for stepping up to creating these programs to really help our residents and our community and build stronger together. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Kamei?
Great, thank you. Primero yo quiero agradecer a la comunidad para venir y compartir con nosotros. Siempre estoy luchando con Sandra y Malia, y muchísimas gracias. But I do have a question, and this is for staff, I'm not sure who, just an understanding of the translation for tonight. So I know we had someone online. Is that only for if someone's calling in via Zoom, and if people are listening on Zoom? Or because I think part of what we had worked on as a council, I thought in the evolution of the multilingual outreach program, was that we, I think in the past, had like the ear translations, we had in-person translations. And while I want to thank you so much for translating, like, I feel like that's our job as a council and as a city, if we're a community for all, to make sure that that's accessible. So I just wanted to clarify so that the community knows. So I don't know if this is an offline question or staff can it's part of the hybrid model, just so I wouldn't want groups to always feel like they have to bring their own translator. So thank you. And I'll be supporting the motion tonight, so thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Kamei. I think there was some confusion. So our translator was going to be translating for those in the audience, but since there was someone here in person, she didn't. And then I think we were going to try and translate what the community member was saying in English back, but there was some delay with that. So we will make sure that next time that that's a little more clear between staff behind the scenes.
Thank you. And yes. Yes, thank you for bringing that up. It was, as chair, it was confusing. But bugs to work out now that we're back in person. So, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I'd just like to echo what many people have said. And I've been thinking about the adage, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach him how to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. I thought it was a Benjamin Franklin quote, but I just looked it up, and and Google says it's allows you, which is a Taoism. So whatever, I think it's sort of it summarizes what workforce development is about. We want to teach people skills that they can use so that they can apply them to better themselves for many, many days to come. And we're very proud to be able to assist all of these workforce programs.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I will be supporting the motion as well. I just want to conclude by saying that I really loved all the ideas that the different partners brought forward. I think that they all are things that can really add to our community, in addition to they sound like viable jobs. I think in particular, thinking about, for example, the mompreneurs idea that, you know, a lot of things that you would sell, there's been a lot of competition through online sales and big box, but we all still buy fresh or want to buy fresh, local food, hopefully handmade and really tasty. So with a lot of families that have two-person workers, I think that's a really viable idea. And who doesn't want to start their own restaurant? I know when I was reading the staff report at home, my children asked if they could join the program as well. So I agree with what one of the public speakers said, is I hope it's a first step to other job opportunities. Maybe you don't have to stop with a food cart. But the other things on this menu of options I think are really viable too. I like that the Day Worker Center gardening skill training was going to incorporate some of the new kinds of gardening that are happening, not just the mow and blow, but the dry gardens and native gardens and some of the biodiversity gardening that Council is talking about. Also, hopefully there's a link to Foothill College there, because I know they have some landscaping courses as well. And then there were a whole bunch of others. There's certainly a shortage of construction workers, so I was very happy to read that the trades stepped up. Bike repair, I really think we need more people schooled in that. Is the reason I often don't bike, is that I can't find a place to get it fixed, and our bike stores are closing one after another. So I just thought, I'm not going to name all the ideas, but I thought they were all really excellent, creative, and viable. And actually, I'll mention the nanny one as well. I think that's a great idea too. I'll just echo what you said when you spoke, that I had 2 infants at one point and hired a nanny because it was actually less expensive than bringing 2 infants to childcare. And I also shared with a nanny with neighbors because I liked it at home and it was cheaper. So I think they're all great, viable ideas, and I will be supporting the motion, and I hope we can get grants and continue these measures in the future. With that, Councilmember Kamei, do you have an additional comment? Okay, then with that we can vote. Passes unanimously. So the next item is 7.3, Assembly Bill 481, Military Equipment Policy Renewal and Annual Report Review. And Interim Police Chief Max Bozel will present the item.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. I'm Max Bozel. I'm serving as your interim police chief, and it's my pleasure tonight to present to you AB 481, the annual report for militarized equipment. Tonight, I'll provide you a background of the bill, as well as give you an overview of the categories, the use of our equipment last year, talk about the intended purchases that we want to make, review our PSAB meeting, and then finally conclude with the staff recommendation. September of 2021, AB 481 was signed by the governor, and it requires the City Council to approve an ordinance and policy governing the use, acquisition, collaboration of certain categorized equipment that is defined as military equipment. And it does not prohibit the use of this equipment, but rather gives us a process for transparency and your consideration and approval of the police department's use. May of last year, the council approved the ordinance 7.22 and adopted the policy for the police department governing military equipment, which also has annual requirements concerning an annual report that is presented at a community engagement meeting. This was done on April 27th as part of the PSAB process, as well as have you review the annual report and renew the ordinance, so if you so choose. And then also post the annual report online, which has been done already. The bill has 15 categories. 8 of those categories, the Mountain View Police Department reports as having inventory for. These are the items that the department does not have, the larger vehicles and non-conventional type of weapons that we do not have in inventory. The ones that we do have include robot and drones, command and control vehicles, explosive breaching equipment, an assortment of rifles and ammunition, such as our patrol rifles, as well as less lethal munitions. I would just like to note that the bill does not require us to report patrol rifles that are issued as a standard piece of equipment, which our patrol rifles are. However, we are reporting them as a way of being transparent and communicating our complete inventory rather than holding them back. Some considerations of the use, they're highly specialized in nature, and they're used under restrictions of various policies and procedures, as well as training. We do a number of after-action reports for incidents that occur both regionally and nationally to ensure that we're using the equipment to the best practices that the industry provides, as well as evaluate the continuing use or even need for new equipment. And most of the equipment requires MVPD leadership notification and incident command approval in the event we were to use that equipment in an operation. It can only be deployed by personnel who are trained and in some cases certified. And we do store the equipment at the police department. The patrol rifles which go in the patrol vehicles are locked in the patrol cars during their operations with officers, but once they're returned to an armory and stored there. In 2022, we deployed a number of items, including our robot and drones, a search for a suspect, as well as documentation of scenes. We use our command and control vehicles at high-risk operations and commonly at concerts, special events, and you may even see them at the Downtown Art and Wine Festival. The specialized firearms and ammunition, as well as kinetic energy weapons, impact weapons, less lethal weapons are deployed for at-risk, high-risk incidents, SWAT call-outs, some patrol calls that they may be utilized. It should be noted, though, that as we deploy them operationally, they have not been fired. So when we say they were used, they were not actually fired for the intent of a use of force. Predominantly, we use the equipment in training and certification. All but one, we haven't last year used our explosive breaching in training, but the other categories we did with most of the items that are in those categories. Some, for example, we have older equipment that is still in inventory but is not used, so that was not used during operations or for training and certification. And that's reflected on this slide here, which includes our explosive breaching and some of our specialized firearms, munitions, and kinetic energy weapons, which are the less than lethal weapons. We're intending to request purchase of replacement equipment and new equipment. Drones are probably the most predominant on the budget request, just under $60,000, replacing 2 older drones and also 2 new drones that would be used for indoor use. This is an area of effectiveness that we're seeing in the industry where you can use small drones to travel inside homes and look ahead of where officers may have to travel in person for protecting them as they're engaging an incident within a building or a house. And we're also looking at replacing equipment that typically we go through during training, such as ammunition, and the total request just under $95,000. The drones we're proposing using asset forfeiture funds, and then the remaining is through our operating budget in the upcoming year. On the April 27th PSAB meeting, we had both questions and comments from board members as well as public. Of note would be the fact of a recommendation to improve our outreach and publicizing the opportunity for community engagement. So that was taken of note in order for us to be able to be more effective at that going into next year's process. The other comment that I heard was related to policy concerning the transfer or destruction of equipment that we don't use currently. And we do have city policies around that, but not a department policy. But I think it would be beneficial for the police department to adopt guidelines and policy with the disposal or transfer of equipment that's categorized as military equipment. So we will be looking at that into the next fiscal year. So some key takeaways. We are continually assessing the needs of our equipment. We did predominantly use the equipment in training. There were no complaints, concerns, or policy violations as a part of our use or deployment. We do have future planned purchases, which I've highlighted, and then the public comments, which I've highlighted as well. So the staff recommendation is for your consideration to adopt, renew our city ordinance 7.22. Your alternatives are to decline the renewal or give further direction. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Do any council members have questions? I'll ask just one question, and we may be talking to the same people, because I got a question from a member of the public about how you dispose of the equipment. And you said there's city policies, but not a departmental policy. What do you mean by city for disposing of city equipment, like chairs? Or maybe you can give me a little more detail on what the city policy is for and how it relates to the department policy.
Essentially, yes, inventory control. So when we conduct inventory and then we decide to no longer utilize and it becomes surplus, typically the warehouse will accept things like furniture. For the police department, in these cases, we just usually keep them within the police department. So we have some older weapons on hand that aren't contemporary or used, and there's no real process to evaluate that and how we might dispose of that or transfer that. With our smaller weapons like handguns, as an example, we do often look at trade-ins, if you will, to law enforcement dealers as a cost savings mechanism. And we go through the city purchasing process as a part of that, where they review the value of the trade-in and comply with city policies around purchasing, and then using that as a mechanism to return guns in exchange for new ones that we may purchase. The military equipment is a little bit different, and I think there are concerns about, for example, our fully automatic weapons, which we don't currently utilize operationally but have on hand. Whether it would be prudent for the department to dispose of those as opposed to looking to trade them in or seek a value in return for that.
Okay, so thank you for the details, and we look forward to further development of that policy.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ramos?
I had more of a quick question relating to the process of the Assembly bill. Now, my understanding is that PSAB served as the community meeting for the evaluation of all this?
Correct.
I had a comment from someone, it was more in passing, but someone mentioned that they didn't think that was a community meeting, I guess because in Mountain View we're used to having the type of community meetings where they have giant maps and dots. I don't know how that would translate to this, but are there ways that we can be more engaging of the public that they're used to being engaged with when it comes to community meetings? I wouldn't know how that would work, but I'm looking at you for some answers on that.
So I think some of the comments I heard listening to the recording was surrounding the public notification and perhaps using social media more effectively, perhaps talking with staff and the city manager's office about ways in which we may be able to improve community engagement at that process. It was felt, I think, that the Public Safety Advisory Board was a logical location to have dialogue, both by members who are advisory to you, as well as an opportunity to have the public invited to that meeting and seek input and feedback. And so we can certainly talk about what alternatives there might be in order to provide that opportunity in a more engaging way.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I may. Thank you, Councilmember Ramos. So just to bolster what the police chief said, so when this law was first passed and we tried to determine what would be the most effective way for the community to hear about this, we believed that having it via the PSAB was going to get the most community engagement, because that's what they do. So we will certainly take the feedback that was received this year about publicizing it more, but I would recommend that we still keep that as the community meeting, just because they're the body that talks about these items, and they also have really robust public engagement with their meetings usually. So we will certainly work on publicizing it better, but I do think it's the best forum for that to be the public meeting.
Thank you. So seeing no more council questions, we'll now take comments from the public. If anyone in person wants to speak, please fill out a blue card. I do not see anyone right now. And I see one virtual speaker, Tim McKenzie, and you can speak for 3 minutes.
Greetings all, and thanks for bringing this item on the agenda. I'll just give a brief mention about the PSAB meeting. I'm a little bit of one of those PSAB engaged people. I have been to not quite all of the meetings, but I think if for this AB, I forget the exact number, sorry, forgive me for that, but for this yearly report on military equipment, if we know it's going to be coming up every year, it might be a little bit more helpful to have it more explicitly put out there instead of on the agenda that comes out 72 hours in advance. I actually haven't been able to make it to the PSAB meetings since they've gone to in public only and have lost the hybrid option. If we could get a virtual or hybrid option, as people have requested for some time, I think that would really help with more robust engagement. And just for this sort of meeting, the point is well made that PSAB may be the most appropriate venue, but there might be a different cross-section of our community that would come out if it was advertised more broadly in multiple different ways and earlier as well. With regards to the content, if we're not regularly using this military equipment, I think it would be great if we could think of looking at ways that we could look to reduce or retire, as was just brought up in questioning, moving some of the equipment out of our inventories and in ways that do not spread the weapons around widely. I think that the considerations that I heard the police chief saying with regards to that were good ones to keep going forward. But demilitarizing, removing weapons of war from our streets seems like a good idea. And $60,000 of drones seems like kind of a lot, maybe even if it's coming from for asset seizure. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more public speakers, I'll bring the item back for council deliberation and action. I see a motion by the Vice Mayor and second by Councilmember Matichak. And so Councilmember Showalter, would you like to go, Vice Mayor?
Yes, I would like to move the staff recommendation that we adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View, renewing ordinance number 7.22, approving Mountain View Police Department Policy 709, military equipment, and determining that based on the 2022 Assembly Bill 481, military equipment annual report, each type of military equipment has complied with ordinance number 7.22 to be read in title only, further reading waived.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak, do you want to make further comments? Nope. Okay, then we can vote. I think we do. So that passes unanimously. We now, as it's 10 o'clock, we need a motion to continue past 10.
So moved.
Oh.
Or there you go, whatever.
You want a second? Okay. So, Councilmember Ramos?
I move that we continue the meeting past 10.
And we have a second by Councilmember Ramirez, so everyone can vote. Passes unanimously. So now we can move on to item number 8, which is council, staff, and committee reports. Are there reports? Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I have 2 reports that I want to tell you about, and I'm just going to really be sending you presentations through Heather about them. One is a BCDC meeting where we had a presentation on the cost of sea level rise implementation. And the bad news is that it's estimated to cost approximately $110 billion to protect the entire Bay Area region. The good news is that expenditure will protect more than $230 billion worth of damage. So it's worth our while to do it. And then the other one, I attended an Energy, Environment, and Natural Resources Policy Committee, and there was a very interesting presentation, had legislative update links and news about our summer meeting, which will be at the end of July. I'll be going to that. And also I'll share the presentation via Heather. And we have about 18 resolutions on environmental issues, and we go over them every year, and we can add to them as needed. So, and at the summer meeting, we kind of resolve all that. So between now and July, if anyone is interested in working with me and looking at these, please let me know. I'll be glad to share them with you, and suggestions would be welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Abakoga?
Thank you, Mayor. A week or 2 ago, time is so that's weird. I attended a MTC retreat where we discussed the state of transportation, and as many of you have probably read it and heard about the fiscal cliff that several of the agencies are facing. We discussed future funding challenges of transportation, and it tied into some ballot measure initiatives that are being looked at. So I know you've heard about the housing, regional housing bond measure that's being worked on right now. There was also discussion about potentially going out for a transportation measure down the road, not at the same time, but just the need for, obviously, for more transportation funding. The positive, there was a polling that done, and results of the polling. The positive is that people do seem to value transportation and transit. But the challenge is obviously the funding piece to all that. So more to come. Attended our chair of the VTA Ad Hoc Grade Separation Committee, and I know we talked about it earlier in our CIP. Our Mountain View projects are moving along. The city submitted grant applications to the federal government, and we're should be hearing from them this summer. I know with Vice Mayor, when we were in DC, we met with the administration folks, and they mentioned that. So fingers crossed on that. Also, as a whole, Caltrain is moving they're working on a overall comprehensive rail corridor study. So looking at all of the grade separations together to see how they can better coordinate, potentially consolidate for efficiencies. So, which is great. I've been concerned. I don't want our projects to get slowed down because of this comprehensive view, and have been assured that that is not the case. We're pretty far along, and I think we're actually becoming more like the test case for the rest of the corridor. But there was assurance that our projects will continue to move forward. And then finally, just wanted to ask you all to mark your calendars for the Cities Association. We used to call it the general membership meeting, but we're going to change it to something like the annual membership dinner. So all council members and city staff will be invited to this. It's on June 15th. Thursday evening, and it'll be at the Los Altos Community Center. The theme, it will be sustainability, and we will be having a cooking demonstration with induction cooking, along with dinner and some speakers. This is a partnership with Silicon Valley Clean Energy. They're sponsoring the event, as well as joint venture Silicon Valley. So encourage all of you to please attend. You should be receiving emails about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak?
Thank you. On April 26th, I participated in a meeting of the Santa Clara County Airport Land Use Commission, and we continue to work on an update to the San Jose International Airport Comprehensive Land Use Plan, and we hope to have that done by June of this year. And then we can consider updating the other comprehensive land use plans, although it's now changed its name, for the other airports in Santa Clara County. And I have two other things. Given what seems to be a different understanding of what the policy is around having a meeting past 10 o'clock, technically the policy is we don't start a new topic past 10 o'clock. But we seem to just say, let's continue the meeting past 10 o'clock. So maybe we ought to just simplify that policy and change it to what other cities have. I think ours is kind of unusual, saying we won't start a new topic unless we vote on it past 10 o'clock. And just change it to simply, let's vote on whether or not we want to continue past 10 o'clock and simplify the policy, if folks are up for that. Well, I think if we just, I would think we could maybe just say that here, or does it have to go to the CPPC?
I don't think it has to go to the CPPC if council doesn't. It's a pretty simple change, so if you just want to make that modification.
Or do we just do a show of hands?
Let me see if I understand. You're just saying if we're ever going past 10, just at the close of the previous item, if we're past 10, you say, do we want to continue?
Yeah, instead of, technically the policy is, but everybody says something different, that we don't start a new topic past 10 o'clock. But our meeting might, there might be 3 or 4 topics, or, we've never really done that when it comes to items 8, 9, and...
Is item 8 a new topic?
Well, different people have different interpretations of that. So let's just simplify it and say past 10 o'clock. Sure. Or it could be past midnight.
Okay, so you want to take a straw poll on that? Sure. Okay. Passes.
And then I have one other. I was recently speaking with our city attorney about codifying previous council direction that had not yet been included in our council policies. And one item that we discussed was what is typically mentioned in item 8 itself. And that's the council staff committee part, it's the part we are in now. And there's already a policy A2 on what's required to be mentioned, and that is when the city expends money on something we're doing, such as attending a conference or a meeting. That is a requirement. But at the council team building meeting on January 29th, 2019, That's when we talked about lots of different things, and one of them was how could we improve the efficiency of our meetings. And one council member suggested that for item 8, in addition to the requirements, we disclose information on the regional boards like we typically do, but report outs on other activities like social events or ceremonies or things along that line are not reported out during that time. So we just limit it to requirements and then regional board reports. I can imagine every once in a while there's an exception to that. We've had some recently that makes sense to me, but in general it would be limited to those. So that is what we decided at that retreat. But it wasn't ever codified, and now we have a different makeup of the council, so I thought I would bring it up here to see if folks are still supportive of that, or should we send it back to the CPPC, or send it to the CPPC, it never went there. But I would like to get that codified in our council policies. So are folks okay with the previous council direction, which was Council Policy A2 on what is required to be disclosed, and then the regional board updates during item 8. I see at least one shaking head. But you can still, I'm looking for input because not all of the same council members that were around in 2019 are here now.
Councilmember Kamei.
Sure. Yes. I would even be so comfortable as just what is required per A2. And I feel like there are quite a few attachments that colleagues send through the city clerk. And maybe if there's information from one of your regional bodies, then we can get it via that way. I'm comfortable with just going back to the original A2 policy, which is just, I think, a little bit of a simpler version, and then colleagues can send around the attachments via the clerk if that's okay. Because I do think some of the policy topics have been pretty robust, and so getting that information with the attachments has been something that I click on and read when I have the capacity to do so. So I would support that, or even go back to the original policy if colleagues were open to that. Thank you.
So I hear 2 possible policies. Do I have more? Are there more comments? A choice between the 2? No.
Should we do a show of hands on? What I suggested was what we decided in January of 2019, which was the required disclosures when money is expended on something we do, in addition to regional board report outs. That's one option. And the other is we just do what's required by the current council policy A2.
Councilmember or Vice Mayor.
I guess I like Lisa's requirement better. I think that these regional bodies are really interesting to hear about. And the other thing is, but I do think we want to keep the reports pretty short because, frankly, at this time we're tired, and we don't absorb as much information so they should be short. Try to keep them short.
So I'm hearing requirements and a short report from regional bodies and no more, and you can send a longer one. Do a show of hands for that. Okay, it passes.
Thank you. And that's it for me.
So can I seek clarification? So my plan would be to just make these minor amendments and bring it back on the consent calendar so that you can actually see and formally adopt the updated policies.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. So now we arrive At item 9, which is a closed session report, City Attorney Logue, do you have a closed session report?
Sorry, no, there is no closed session report out tonight.
Thank you. Item 10, adjournment. The next City Council meeting will be held on May 23rd, 2023, and this meeting is adjourned at 10:15.